Secretary General, Comrades Pepile Mahlaba.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to national officials, led by our President, Comrade Floyd Nico Shivambo, and all delegates who are present here. It's the second time now greeting you, Comrade. That's why I'm cutting it short. Comrade, we have invited 229 delegates who were supposed to be here. The attendees or those who has made their way to the NCT meeting 127. Then we have recorded the apologies of 60 and 42 absence. So according to the invitees and those who invited chair, we indeed meet the quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Secretary General. I just wanted to check if we do have copies of the agenda. Do we have that in our documents? I'm going to go through the agenda for the day. We are done with our breakfast. We are done with our registration. We are done with the opening remarks. We are done with the opening prayer, which was done this morning before we took the roll call. We are done with the Secretary General's roll call, yes. And then the next point will be the adoption of the agenda that I'm reading to you. And then the political report and the presentation of the restoration of the manifesto by President. And then we take lunch later on. We come back with a discussion. And then after discussions, the Deputy Secretary General takes us through the Constitution. We discuss. And then we flag the consultation report by the head of political education and publication, Comrade Tumelo. We move directly to the discussions, and then we adopt the report. So that is today's proceedings. I am now going to allow comrades to rise and note the agenda and propose the adoption of the agenda and secondment. I'm noting hands, comrades. Dr. Biela. Thank you very much. Okay. Let us do this with Dr. Biela proposing the adoption. Day 2 stands as follows. In the morning, we start exactly at 10 o'clock. And then we have not necessarily the opening remarks, but just a recap by the chairperson. And then the organizational report by the Secretary General. And then the Treasurer General and the Fundraiser General's report by the two offices. And then the discussions of those documents, and then the adoption. We break for lunch, and then we come and table the provincial deployments. That will be done by the Secretary General. A brief discussion about it, and then or clarity-seeking questions, not necessarily discussions. Clarity-seeking questions, and then the closing remarks. So that is the 2-day program. Dr. Biela, are you still rising? Thank you very much. Dr. Biela proposes the adoption of the agenda. Yes, comrade, just mention your name, surname, and where you're coming from. Thank you very much, comrades. The agenda has been duly adopted. That is the agenda of the 2 days that we will be embarking on extensive discussion on the organizational documents. Having said so, comrades, I'm now going to call upon the President of Africa Maibuye movement to come and open this 2-day session, and which will take us then to the presentation of the Restoration Manifesto of Africa Maibuye movement. Comrade Nico Shibambu.
Maibuye ya Afrika. Maibuye ya Afrika. Isolate ya Afrika. Isolate ya Afrika. Isolate ya Afrika. Amandla. Away to Viva Africa Maibuye movement. Viva. Long live Africa Maibuye movement. Long live. Long live Africa Maibuye movement. Long live. Forward to victory. Forward. Forward to victory. Forward. Forward to total emancipation and freedom now. Forward. Amanda. Away to. Now, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much to the leadership of Africa Maibuye movement, the national officials, the leadership of provinces, and I think regions only were Gauteng regions that were invited due to logistical arrangements. But we had said that because this is a very important session, it must become an open session so that all the members and supporters and potential members of Africa Maibuye movement know what we are talking about, the politics of Africa Maibuye movement. Let me confirm, comrades, that all of us have got the Africa Maibuye Restoration Manifesto. So if all of us have this, it's also available online for those who cannot get hold of the physical copies. So the mandate that I have in this meeting of the national core team of Africa Maibuye movement, in terms of the agreement and the constitution that we are working through, the national core team of Africa Maibuye movement is the highest decision-making body and structure in the organization. It is like a national executive committee or a central command team, those who are familiar with those terms, or a central committee. So in the case of Africa Maibuye movement, we have got a national core team, the NCT, which is the highest decision-making body. The national officials are part of that structure, but also from time to time should give comprehensive reports on the work of the organization whenever the NCT is constituted. And in terms of the agreement which the Constitution propagates is that the NCT should at least meet once every 2 months. So it's not quarterly. In other organizations, their national leadership structures meet once per quarter, per 3 months. But in Africa Maibuye movement, the meetings of the NCT will take place once every 2 months. We want to take this opportunity, comrades, to convey our sincere gratitude and thankfulness with revolutionary humility to all of us who from the 19th of June 2025 were involved in the consultation process, the Maibuye consultation process, which went to all corners of South Africa, and to listen to different constituencies, to different sectors, on the questions of whether there should be a political party or movement, and what should define that political party or movement, and how such a movement should be funded, and how it should contest for political power on behalf of the people. We are all aware now that on the 5th of September, the national officials held a press conference to publicly announce that after the consultations that have taken place in all corners of South Africa with all sectors and millions of inputs that came, that we have collectively taken a decision to register Africa Maibuye movement as a political party, but as a movement as well. And we did already indicate that those that were serving in the interim structures as conveners, coordinators will now play formal political responsibilities and roles as chairpersons, deputy chairpersons, and secretaries of the provincial court teams, and that nationally we have already made the conversion to build the movement. But all that doesn't mean, none whatsoever, that the formative part of the organization or the foundational part of the organization is concluded. Are we still together, comrades? So to found an organization does not just happen with a one-day announcement. You announce that we are starting the journey to found Africa Maibuye movement, as a political party. To the extent that even the product of the consultation process, which is the Restoration Manifesto, is not yet a final foundational perspective of the organization. Even the draft constitution, which we are going to work on the basis of, is not a final constitution. There will still be a national convention or a national conference which will be attended by delegates from all the 205 sub-regions of South Africa, the 44 districts and the 8 metropolitan municipalities, to deliberate on and officially adopt these foundational documents as the perspectives of the organization. I know that most of us, particularly the leadership that was involved in the formulation of the Restoration Manifesto, believe that we have covered all the necessary areas that had to be covered. But we still believe as a collective that let us give scope to enrich, to enhance and harness what is contained in the Restoration Manifesto, so that what is contained in the foundational documents of Africa Maibuye movement is not just a response to temporary frustrations or to temporary issues, but becomes a response to the systematic and systemic challenges that confront society, and also lays a firm foundation of the agenda, the program that must be pursued by all of us, not for 5 years, not for 10 years, but for 50 years, for 100 years to come. We are legitimately of a conviction that the consultation process that we undertook to listen to the people of South Africa is similar, if not identical, or even much more deeper than the consultations that collected the people's demands and freedom wishes that led to the adoption of the Freedom Charter on the 26th of June 1955, very few kilometers away from here in Kliptown, in the southwestern townships of Johannesburg. Now, comrades, the mandate that we have been given here today is to talk to this foundational document so that all of us are reading from the same perspective. We will allow questions and deliberations as to just what is contained in this document of Africa Maibuye. It has got 125 pages. It looks very complex, but it is not a complex document. It's possibly one of the easy to read and understand perspective that should guide all of us. So when we presented to the leadership and structures and membership in Limpopo, we tried by all means to simplify what is contained in the Restoration Manifesto. So in a systematic way, and I hope all of us are taking notes, that in a systematic way we're going to explain patiently now what is this Africa Maibuye Restoration Manifesto. What does it do? One, it tells the history of where do we come from as a people, as a nation. It's a simple thing. It tells the history of where do we come from as a people, as a nation. And that history is inspired, the historicization in the manifesto is inspired by what Marcus Garvey said, that a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. That is what it does. That is number one. Number two, the Restoration Manifesto gives a diagnosis of what is the sickness of society, economically, politically, and socially, of the society that we live in. So a diagnosis is an attempt to identify the diseases that confront the society that we live in. One, it's history. Two, is diagnosis. Three, the Restoration Manifesto deals with the question of what is Africa Maibuye movement? That in simple terms, if they ask you, you are part of this Maibuye, what is it? You must be able to explain that. And in the definition of what is Africa Maibuye movement, the Restoration Manifesto also gives the core objectives and aims. Core objectives and aims. So core objectives and aims is what do we want to see of this South Africa, and also states the principles of Africa Maibuye movement. Number four, the Restoration Manifesto deals with the motive forces as to, in pursuit of these revolutionary struggles, who stands to gain and who stands to benefit. So when they ask you what is a motive force basically speaks to those who stand to benefit out of a revolution. So when you talk about motive forces of the revolution, you are speaking about those who stand to benefit out of whatever revolutionary task that you are in pursuit of. Number five. So there is aims and objectives in number three. Number four is the motive forces. Number three is what is Africa Maibuye movement, but as part of that, these core objectives and principles. Number four is the motive forces. Number five is the roles and functions of Africa Maibuye movement. So number five explains that what do we seek to do as a collective, and what do we seek to do as individuals. So each and every one of us, when we get to be familiar with that section, we should know what is expected of us. And then number 6, the Restoration Manifesto deals with the Africa Maibuye movement's position on immigration as an important issue that has to be dealt with, and an issue which was raised in all the consultation processes and forums that we engaged in across South Africa. So there's a position that is explained of what is Africa Maibuye movement's position on immigration. Number 7 deals with the character and manifestations of Africa Maibuye movement. That what is the actual manifestation of the organization itself on the ground? What do people feel it as? We'll talk to that when we get there. Number 8 deals with the ideological character of Africa Maibuye movement. Ideological character, it sounds like a difficult word. Is what is our frame of thoughts? What are the lenses? What telescope do we use to analyze and understand society? It's not a very complex thing to understand. Number 9, the Restoration Manifesto identifies and characterizes who are the strategic and tactical friends here in South Africa. Who do we fight alongside in the struggle for total freedom and emancipation now? Are we still together, comrades? And then, number 10, the Restoration Manifesto deals with the question of who are our friends and who do we fight alongside with in the international space, in the global and international space. Who are the strategic and tactical friends at that level? Number 11, the Restoration Manifesto responds to the question of what is to be done. Politically, economically, organizationally, what is to be done in the immediate. And then number 12 deals with the nature and character of branches as the basic unit of Africa Maibuye movement, the most basic form of organization and the instruments of change in Africa Maibuye movement. What type of branches should we have in driving the revolutionary agenda? And then the last section then deals with what type of leadership do we want in carrying this revolutionary program and agenda towards attainment of total freedom and emancipation now. Now the clarion call before we come to each part of it to then say what each part says. The clarion call of Africa Maibuye movement is total freedom and emancipation now. It's not total freedom and emancipation in our lifetime. We are looking for total freedom and emancipation now. That is the principle, that is the clarion call that is going to drive all of us. And that shapes the nature and character of everything else that all members and structures of Africa Maibuye must be involved in. So whenever people come with challenges of water, of collapsed infrastructure, of education, of unemployment, what we think as Africa Maibuye movement is what do we do now? We do not plan that, no, don't worry, those things, they take time to resolve. So the idea and thinking that must drive all of us is what do we do manje? So it's total freedom and emancipation manje. That is the clarion call that drives all of us as to What do we do, even on areas where we cannot do anything, but we must have solutions now? There's no tomorrow. Everything else that has to be done is total freedom and emancipation now. That is the clarion call of Africa My Buye movement. And that is why in the introduction of the Restoration Manifesto, there is a quote by Amilcar Cabral who says that always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children now. So that is the clarion call that then deals with where we come from. Now, the first part of the Restoration Manifesto emphasizes what we have just emphasized now, which is to say that this document is the Restoration Manifesto. It is the founding document which gives political, ideological, and organizational compass of Africa My Buye movement. So a compass is a navigator. So compasses were used before the electronic navigators were there to say that this is the direction that you take. So the compass, the navigator of Africa My Buye movement is this Restoration Manifesto, which calls for total freedom and emancipation now. Inkululeko ephelele kanye nokukhululwa kwabantu manje. Tuhulugo yao kaofela litugolo hona jwale. Kuntsusheka kohelela sweswi. Tlholelo e tlamali tlabololo jwanong. Tuhulugo ya ho felela le go loga bjwale. Mbofolo yo felelao na mvelapanda zino. Inkululeko leligcwele nekukhululwa nyalo. Inkululeko engcwele kanye nokukhululwa nyalo. Total freiheit and emancipation, no. And then the last part, if I read, you won't believe that I'm saying the correct thing. Because it's in the, because it's in the languages, the Khoi language. And it emphasizes that this Restoration Manifesto is the product of the people. It is the resounding echo of collective wisdom forged in the trenches of shared struggle. A tapestry woven from the threads of communal dreams and unyielding resolve, born not from isolated egos, but from the pulsating heart of the masses who refuse to bow to tyranny. It shuns the vanity of self-absorbed elites, those ivory towers dwellers detached from the blood, death, and sweat of real lives. And instead arises as the unfiltered voice of the oppressed, the blueprint carved by hands hardened from labor and hearts scared by injustice, demanding that Africa is restored to her true guardians. So that is the essence of the introduction. So comrades, we're going to talk to what is highlighted in each and every section of the Restoration Manifesto so that all of us, we have an understanding. Then the next section that starts on page 5 deals with the question of where do we come from as a people, and paints a correct picture that before the arrival of colonial settlers, we were not sleeping on top of trees and under the rocks as the indigenous people of South Africa. We had order, we had organized systems. In the pre-colonial history, there is proper evidence that we were even involved in the extraction of mineral resources and also involved in global trade as well. And we have to emphasize this point because if you go to all the bookstores now, majority of the books that tell the history of South Africa, they start in the year 1652 when Jan van Riebeeck and the colonial settlers arrived in South Africa. So majority of history books that exist about the history of South Africa is not the history of South Africa. It is the history of white people in South Africa. So all the historicization of the history in South Africa is the history of white people in South Africa. So we are retelling it to say that before the arrival of colonial settlers, we had systems, we had governance systems. We knew authority. We were involved in subsistence farming. We were able to generate food. And we could distinguish between wild and domestic animals. That is the reality which we must. And we must never ever believe that we only got to know civilization with the arrival of white colonial settlers. We were a people with order, with systems before the arrival of colonial settlers. And of course, the colonial settlers came. They first tried in the year 1510. So the first attempt to colonize South Africa began in the year 1510 in what got to be known as the Battle of the Salt River Battle. And the first attempt to colonize, to occupy this part we call South Africa today, was done by the Portuguese, because they were the dominant force in the world. So in their global trade from Europe with the Asias, they used to pass through the Cape and use the Cape as a stop station and then proceed to engage in different trade with the Asias. Then there was an attempt by a Portuguese colonial settler called Francisco de Almeida, who tried to colonize South Africa, but he was defeated in a physical war by those that he tried to take the land of. So the first attempt to colonize South Africa didn't start in 1652. It began in the year 1510. So you will see that the Portuguese ultimately succeeded in the colonization of Angola, of Mozambique, because when they were traveling on the coastal lines, they will always try to take over those land parcels. They tried to take South Africa, but they didn't succeed because our forefathers resisted that colonial invasion. And then, of course, in 1652, there was a colonial settlement which began as a stop station of a company called VOC, like the Dutch East Indian Company, which had the full support of the Netherlands government, an army to colonize our country. And when the colonial settlers took our land, there was resistance. Those who had the land fought back to say, you can't take our land, you can't take our animals. But they were defeated because the colonial settlers had superior armaments. They had superior weapons, they had guns, they had bombs. And ourselves were fighting with the spear. That is why in the logos of almost all liberation forces in South Africa, there's a spear as a symbol of resistance against colonial settlement. Are we together, comrades? I don't want to... So that is... So there were many battles in the war against colonial invasion. So you know, in a war, you have different battles that take place in different areas and in different time periods. There were many battles. Some were won by our forefathers, but very few. But the war of colonial invasion, the war to resist colonial invasion, we did not win that war. Our forefathers did not win that war. Those who tried to fight through organized political parties from the early 1900s up to this day, we have still not won the war. We are still a conquered and defeated people by colonial settlers. And how do we know that we are still a conquered and defeated people? We see that because of the landlessness. The land still belongs to the descendants, the grandchildren, the great-grandchildren of the colonial settlers and invaders. Majority of animals are owned and controlled by the descendants of colonial invaders. Almost all our precious and industrial mineral resources and metals are owned and totally controlled by the colonial invaders. We are still slaves in our own land. We are still suppliers of cheap and easily disposable labor to the colonial settlers and their descendants. So we are still a conquered people. So that is what the history part of the Restoration Manifesto deals with. And of course gives recognition of those that fought against colonial invasion, those that fought physically, those that resisted, those that surrendered their bodies were defeated. Those that tried to form political formations to resist colonialism also did not win. And we make mention of the fact that part of the reasons why the colonial settlers defeated us is because there was never a period where they fought us as a combined force. Are we together, comrades? So there was never a time where we were fighting against colonialism as small separated clans and kingdoms. There was never an African or South African army which said, let's resist these people. They fought us separately and then they were able to subjugate us and defeat all of us. And the defeat is still a reality. We are still a conquered people. We can say it whichever way, but materially we are still under colonial rule. Even the manner in which the economy was designed, it still serves the colonial interest. So if you check the railways, the infrastructure, not only of South Africa, of the entire African continent, all the rail projects move from the areas that have got mineral resources to the ocean to supply the colonial settlers and the colonial masters. There is no real projects that interconnect all of us so that we can interact amongst ourselves. So the colonial economy is still a lived reality. And we explain that they fought with spears. And at some stage, after the arrival of the first colonial settlers from the Dutch, then the British came in. Then they annexed the whole of South Africa. And in the late 1800s, the Dutch settlers and the British settlers fought amongst themselves. They fought within themselves, like they had something they called the Anglo-Boer War. But it was not just Anglo and Boer warriors. There were a lot of black people who were co-opted on both sides, who were sent as mercenaries to fight the Anglo-Boer War. There are so many black people who died in the Anglo-Boer War fighting the war which has nothing to do with them. And in the year 1902, when the Anglo and the Boers settled, they resolved the war. They said, let us form a white-only government and exclude these blacks. And then they started to write the laws of that country, and then they agreed amongst themselves that this new entity, which they are going to call the Union of South Africa, is going to be under British colonial protection. Are we together, comrades? So that they say that, yes, physically there were lots of casualties from the Boers, and the Dutch seem to be not interested in supporting the Boers. So let's agree that let's form a white-only government, which is going to be under British colonial supervision. That is why the law that established South Africa in the borders that it has now was passed in the year 1909 as the Union of South Africa Act by the British Parliament in England. And then they were merging the two Boer republics, which was Transvaal and the Orange River Colony, with the two British colonies, which was the Cape and the Natal, to form what is called South Africa today. And that was a white-only government that excluded black people from participation, from meaningful participation. And the understanding was that this Union of South Africa is a colonial project of the British Empire. So the head of state of South Africa from 1910, when it was launched, was the King of England. And those that were doing administrative works Asoze saphela mandla. Asoze saphela mandla. Asoze saphela mandla. Mayibuye. Now, thank you very much. It was a necessary break, comrades, that we had to take. We're still explaining the fact that South Africa was established by an act of parliament passed in the British Parliament as the Union of South Africa Act. That act is still, you can search for it in the internet, the Union of South Africa Act, which established South Africa in the... Now, there's interesting things that happened before the passing of the Union of South Africa Act. That when the Boers and the English were fighting amongst themselves, they had a national convention, like a national conference of men only, 33 men, to say, how do we resolve this question? And then they said, let us merge these 4 provinces into one country called the Union of South Africa. The head of state will be the British Empire. Whoever is a king or queen there will be the head of state of the Union of South Africa. And then the others will be prime ministers. And then because there were 4 provinces, they then said they can't have one capital city. They must instead have 3 capital cities. And then the other province will be prioritized in terms of the infrastructure which it needed to be prioritized at that time. As a result of that colonial settlement, the Transvaal was given the administrative capital city in Pretoria. So it's a colonial agreement that Pretoria became the capital city of South Africa administratively. And then the legislative capital of South Africa became Cape Town on behalf of the Cape Colony. And then Bloemfontein became the judicial capital on behalf of the Orange River Colony. And then the Natal was given a project which they had to finish as part of the priority programs that were being engaged in at that time. So the fact that 1994 did not change that colonial agreement, it's confirmation that was still a colonial project. Because it's senseless to have 3 capital cities. It's politically and administratively burdensome to have legislators at the far end of South Africa. And then you say you have got a democracy which must involve everyone in terms of participation. It's impossible now, if there's public submissions that have to be made in Parliament, for many parts of South Africa to get to the Cape. But if there was logic, a capital city ideally should be at the center of the country, so that everyone else is able to come there. But we are living under a colonial agreement of the Anglo-Boer arrangement. So the reason why the capital city and the head of state operates from the union buildings, the union that is the Union of South Africa, as in the Union of South Africa Act. So we are still in that. Then we narrate the history of resistance against the Union of South Africa. The first attempt, of course, was these traditional leaders and the black middle class, which said, let us found one organization to resist the colonial Union of South Africa. So before the 1912 January 8 formation of the South African Natives National Congress, there were congresses in other parts of South Africa. In the Orange River Colony, there was an organization of the Free State Congress led by Mapikela. In the Transvaal, there was a congress led by Sifako Mahato. In the Natal, there was a congress led by John Langalibalele Dube. Then they started negotiations to then found the South African Natives National Congress in Bloemfontein, because Bloemfontein is central. So Bloemfontein is the most central city in South Africa. So logically, whoever was coming from whichever part of this South Africa, they then met in Bloemfontein to found the South African Natives National Congress on the 8th of January 1912, which was renamed the African National Congress in 1923. Two important things to highlight about the formation of the South African Natives National Congress. It did not have fundamental objections to the Union of South Africa Act. It actually did not. So the ANC at formation did not object to the Union of South Africa, and including the fact that it was going to be under British rule. They were fighting for inclusion of some of the black people within the Union of South Africa. And this is not fiction, it's things that you can read in their foundational documents. They honored and respected the British royalty. Even when they sent delegations to England to ask for inclusion into the Union of South Africa, they will say, we are under your leadership, O King, we worship you. I'm fine. So at formation, so you must go and retrieve the contents of the ANC petitions to the British royalty. They were saying, no, just accommodate the educated black middle class and those that have got property. Don't include everyone, but some of us we speak like you, we sound like you. Maybe the ANC has achieved what it was founded for. Because it was never about the total liberation of everyone. Of course, with time, the nature and form of the struggle changed. So we then so comrades will explain that in the part of the history section that the struggle for our freedom and emancipation is like a relay race. So a relay race is what those young men from Botswana did in Japan in the World Championship. So the first one runs and hands over the baton to the next one. Then they take the baton to go to give to the other one. And then the last one runs towards the finish line. In the struggle for freedom, we take it like that we are not the originators of the struggle for total freedom and emancipation. We're taking the batons from those that fought with spears and were defeated. We're taking the batons from those that formed political parties. We're taking the baton from the generation of freedom in our lifetime. Now, comrades, since formation, the ANC was conservative and was always By the way, even their conferences were opened by representatives of the colonial government. That no, we hear you about the Christ we have. We are aware that you went to Britain. There are some rules that we wish you well in your conference, but you must tell us what are your resolutions. That is what used to happen. But then the turning point in the struggle methods began with the generation that defined itself as the freedom in our lifetime generation of Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe, of Mxolisi Majumbuzi, of Nelson Mandela, Oliver Tambo, of A.P. Mda, of Walter Sisulu. That generation said that this method of fighting in respect and in fear of the colonial government must come to an end. Let's engage in confrontational battle of defiance first. Let's defy the colonial laws. Let's adopt a perspective that is going to articulate our vision and aims as to what type of society do we want to build in South Africa. That is why on the 26th of June 1955, the Freedom Charter was adopted, which said that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and which also said that no government can claim authority over the people unless if it is based on the will of all the people. That was a radical departure. So and it also said that the mineral wealth beneath the soil, the banks and monopoly industries shall be transferred to the ownership of the people as a whole. And in that time, that was too radical to say, are you saying that we must all vote? That is too radical. That is why the Freedom Charter was banned, and everyone else who associated with the Freedom Charter was considered to be a terrorist. So to have a copy of the Freedom Charter was, you are a terrorist automatically. To associate with the aims and objectives of the Freedom Charter meant terrorism. And because of the Freedom Charter, everyone who associated with the Freedom Charter were arrested in what became known as the treason trial. So it was treasonous to associate with the Freedom Charter. Are we still together, comrades? And then the Freedom Charter led to the banning of all the liberation forces. And then it led to the formation of Mkhonto Wesizwe, the army. Mkhonto Wesizwe, the army. That is as an armed resistance against apartheid. So we're explaining this relay race of who fought and what happened. But an interesting development as well, which the historicization or the history books, even of the ANC, conveniently suppresses, is the role that was played by the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania and Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. Because after the adoption of the Freedom Charter, there is a section of the freedom in our lifetime generation that said we cannot associate with this thing that says South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. South Africa belongs to us black people only. That is what the Pan-Africanist component said. And then they founded the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania in Soweto in 1959. And in 1960, then they led the anti-pass defiance campaign, which was in Sharpeville and in other parts of South Africa. A lot of people were killed because of that struggle that was single-handedly inspired and led by Robert Mangaliso Sobukwe. And that changed the course of history in South Africa. That changed the course of history in South Africa. It led to the banning of political parties. It led to the formation of Umkhonto weSizwe, the army. And when all the liberation forces were suppressed, the voices that rose came from the Black consciousness movement with the formation of the South African Students' Organization in 1968. So when there was a vacuum of liberation politics in South Africa, when the parties were banned, leaders exiled, imprisoned, there rose a young revolutionary called Stephen Bantu Biko to found the South African Student Organization. And from campuses, the Black consciousness movement got to influence the whole of society in the struggle against apartheid and colonialism. Almost everyone who joined politics and participated in politics from 1968 in the early 70s, almost all of them were organized under the Black consciousness movement. So that includes Halima Motlanthe, it includes Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, Patrick Lecourt, all of those people who joined during that period. We later on got to join the ANC, but they were first organized under the Black consciousness movement. The Black consciousness movement founded an organization called the Black People's Convention in Maritzburg in 1972 and elected President Winfred Khwari from Tabanchu. From Tabanchu, Winfred Khwari. Actually, when we spoke about Winfred Khwari, the founding president of Dr. Nuz, when we spoke about Winfred Khwari, the first president of BPC, one of the family members reached out to say, it's the first time they hear someone speak about the first president of the BPC publicly. And that conference of the BPC then designated Stephen Bantu Biko as the lifetime honorary president of the BPC. But the most important thing that took place there was the adoption of Black community programs. So the BPC says, yes, we are a political party, we are fighting against apartheid, but what do we do now? Then they adopted Black community programs on health care, on the economy, on creation of jobs now, on education. So if you go to King Williamstown, there is still a Zanempilo clinic which was founded by the BCP programs, the Black community programs which were under the Black consciousness movement. And of course, the Black consciousness movement inspired the June 16 uprising in Soweto to resist the imposition of Afrikaans as the medium of instruction. The June 16 uprising, which was condemned by the ANC, by the way. So the official statement of the ANC after the June 16 uprising was that these kids are reckless. Why do they want to protest like that? They are reckless. But June 16, 1976, got to organize a lot of young people all over South Africa. And it got the apartheid ruling class to reconsider apartheid as a method of capitalist exploitation. June 16, 1976, got the ruling class to reconsider apartheid as an instrument of capitalist exploitation and amassing of resources. That is why after June 16, the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts constituted an organization called the Urban Foundation, which was beginning to discuss how do we involve black people in future South Africa. So if you check who were the employees and the people who associated with the Urban Foundation, they include Tanto the first beneficiary of BEE, Tanto Montlan, but they also included the current president of the ANC. So the Urban Foundation of the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts are the ones who funded the current president of the ANC to buy a house and to buy a car. That time in the 1970s. It's in books which he has signed. So when kids were being harassed by apartheid, he was applying for loans from the Oppenheimers and the Ruperts and hobnobbing with them in terms of what got to happen. And we know, comrades, that the escalation of mass protest and everything has led to CODESA, which was the Convention for a Democratic South Africa to negotiate the transition. But in the part of the history, in the section which we're talking to here in the Restoration Manifesto, we acknowledge the role that was played by the workers. We acknowledge the role that was played by women in the anti-pass campaign in 1956. We acknowledge the role that was played by the churches, that as part of the colonial project was an attempt to make black people see God through white people or through whiteness. But we had forces that said we can't associate with that. And that, of course, was illustrated by the formation of the Nazareth Baptist Church in 1910, the formation of the Zion Christian Church in 1924. But earlier there were Ethiopian churches that were founded by Mangena Mukoni in 1892, the formation of the International Pentecost Holiness Church in 1962, the formation of the Bantu Methodist Church in 1933, which got to organize majority of the people, because colonialism included the fact that people must see God through white people or through whiteness. And there was resistance from amongst our people. And then, of course, I did explain 1976 escalated negotiations, and then the white capitalist system approached the ANC in exile to say, if we were to give you government, what are you going to do with it? And the ANC says, no, we're going to continue with whatever was happening there. Then they said, on that condition, we will give you government. Actually, in the year 1987, one of the senior ideologues of the Oppenheimers, Clem Santa, said that at the end of the day, negotiations should work, rhetoric must be dropped, and business must continue as usual. That is how the ANC went to CODESA. Even when F.W. de Klerk released Nelson Mandela in the speech in 1990, and other political prisoners, and also unbanning of other political parties, he said in his speech that we are going to negotiate on the foundation that capitalism is going to continue, free enterprise will continue unabated, unchallenged, in the contents of the speech. So the manner in which this transition happened was on conditions and foundation laid by the oppressors. That is why we have not won our freedom totally. We went to negotiate a battle that did not belong to us. So that is basically what and then of course, CODESA happened. What CODESA did was to compromise the liberation ideals of total freedom. They said, we are going to take political power, but we'll leave economic power in your hands. Even that political power, we don't want all of it. We just want part of the political power. Otherwise, yourselves, you must continue to work with us here so that you can teach us how to run government. The sunset clauses meant exactly that. That the ANC was babysitted by the apartheid government from 1994 when it took government onwards. And once they realized that this baby has grown according to the shape that we wanted, they said you can go ahead and do it by yourselves because you are doing it correctly. That is basically what happened with the transition of South Africa. But in CODESA as well, something that is not mentioned is that the ANC's approach to traditional and royal leadership was that it must be either destroyed or subjugated to civilian, non-hereditary rule. That was the approach of the ANC because the characterization of traditional leaders in all ANC documents was that traditional leaders are collaborators of apartheid. That is why when they came with Municipal Systems and Structures Act, they redemarcated South Africa differently. So you find villages that are cut into half. One part of the village belongs to this municipality and the other one belongs to the other municipality. One part of the village belongs to this ward, the other one to the other ward, and then the wards are given 3-4 village, the ward councillors, with utmost power over councillors. And then traditional leadership institutions turned into tokens. It was not a mistake, it was a decision. So it was a decision that is why even government planning, when they deal with IDP, it's ward-based, not village-based. And if in a ward there is 5 villages, then they go to one village and then they say, what do you want? They're fine. We have covered ward 2. And they have not spoken to other. That is why villages are still trapped in a perennial and persistent levels of underdevelopment and destruction of the basic infrastructure that existed before. Because that is what got to happen. And of course, 1996, the ANC passed a policy called Growth and Employment and Redistribution Strategy called GEAR, which privatized state-owned companies and gave more and more economic power to white people. And since the ANC took power in 1994 this way, you can see that nothing was done in an excellent and impressive way. The education system is not perfect. The healthcare system is nowhere close to adequate. Joblessness is worse than what it was under apartheid. The few industries that used to exist in the rural areas, all of them have closed down. Public infrastructure is not maintained. The municipalities or the so-called municipalities that they've created are all dysfunctional. And that is what brings us to the next section of the Restoration Manifesto, the diagnosis of what is the problem with South Africa. And these come from the observations that came from the people. Now, comrades, we highlight that there is 100 issues that are identified there. So the section asks the question, why Africa Maibuya movement exists as a political party and movement. And then says the diagnosis of the problems. And it says that the primary reason and purpose why Africa Maibuya movement exists is because a substantial number of the people of South Africa, in page 27, said it should exist as a movement to address the multiple crises confronting society. So that is the primary reason. Then there's 100 reasons. We say that even if it was one of those reasons, there was basis and foundation to could form an alternate movement. And the reasons start by the fact that our people are still landless. Just land only can form the reason why you should constitute a different movement. Landlessness, joblessness, highest inequality in the world. White people are getting richer, the colonial settlers are getting richer, and our people are getting poorer. Access to natural resources. We make a point that why is it that the extraction of mineral resources is reserved to multinational large companies only? Why are we not allowing artisanal and small-scale mining in South Africa? And in a safe environment, where we say that for this piece of land, you can extract chrome, you can extract gold, and have a livelihood out of it. An example is given. Do you know, in Emalahleni there was a case that they were dealing with of a member of the community who was arrested for taking a wheelbarrow of coal in Emalahleni, coal, whilst long trains and wagons take our coal to the ocean every day. Tons, thousands of tons, millions of tons are taken every day. But our people are not given access to the basic resources which are supposed to define our riches. the levels of crime, gender-based violence, education system, healthcare infrastructure, food insecurity, undermining of royal and traditional leadership, marginalization and mistreatment of people with disabilities, super exploitation of workers, a national debt which is not manageable, that government continues to borrow money which they are unable to pay back, and that will be a burden to future generations. 100 reasons on why we have to found a different movement. The ANC was given 30 years to become an alternative, and it's not. It's worsening the problems of our people. And an objective political assessment and analysis that we have made, all of us, is that in the space where the ANC has failed, who else is supposed to come with durable solutions? We have got two larger black political parties in South Africa. Are they an alternative to South Africa? No. Because the other political parties, one is Mkhonto Sizwe. And Mkhonto Sizwe is not an alternative to the developmental challenges of South Africa. The other one is the economic freedom fighters. The economic freedom fighters is not an alternative to the developmental challenges of South Africa. To these crises that we have identified them. They both lack collective and individual capacity and willingness, and the necessary fortitude to could fight the crises that confront South African society. And comrades, there is nothing wrong with giving political characterization of all the role players in society. We are not insulting anyone. But we must be honest enough to say that, but by your habits, by your culture, by your mannerisms, you are unable to fulfill the following responsibilities. And that is the truth that must be told. We are not fighting anyone. It's a political characterization of the forces that otherwise were supposed to bring about change, and they are unable to do so. Whenever they come to contact with resources that are meant for the people, they use those resources for self-enrichment. That is a fact. And we cannot have that. Now, what then becomes the Africa Maibuya movement? Africa Maibuya movement is a people's movement for total freedom and emancipation now. It's fighting for total freedom and emancipation now. One, this is the simplest part. It fights for total political freedom. It fights for total economic freedom. It fights for total cultural freedom and decolonization now. It also fights to build a developmental state, a capable developmental state, but it also wants to be and is a caring and responsive political organization. That can be difficult, and as leaders, we must be able to say, without even reference, that, look, the political power that is in the hands of black people is incomplete. We are fighting for total political power, for total economic power. We are fighting to build a democratic, developmental, capable state. We are fighting for total cultural emancipation and decolonization. We also are a caring organization because we understand our people as human beings, not as voters. We are not an electoral platform. We are not an electoral platform. We are looking at what do we do with the solutions of society now. That is what defines the movement in terms of the issues that are there. And it explains what a developmental state is. It's not a difficult thing to understand. And then the core objectives, therefore, becomes one that Africa Maibuya movement exists to realize the following: equal distribution of land to all the people, reallocating farms, urban plots, and communal areas so that each and every family has got access to decent housing, farming, and livelihood without barriers. Equal distribution and access to all natural resources and wealth, including mineral and marine resources, increasing state ownership and participation in mining for public benefit, and sharing profits from diamonds, coal, fish stocks, and oceans equally amongst all the citizens. The other objective is full industrialization and ability to produce all the goods and services for domestic and global consumption. Building factories to manufacture clothing like shirts and shoes, electronics such as phones and computers, vehicles including cars and buses, food products from canned goods to beverages, construction materials like bricks and steel, agricultural tools such as tractors and implements, and services ranging from banking to tourism, creating self-reliance and export strength. That we are also aiming to achieve full and holistic decolonial education and training for all the people of South Africa, where no one must exit secondary education without a tangible skill. That point is very important, comrades. It's part of the, when we had the consultation with the Nkosi Abateto in Mandain, in Ilambe district in KwaZulu-Natal, one of the veterans there spoke eloquently to say, why do we have an education system for 12 years or more sometimes? And whoever leaves that education system does not know how to do anything. What kind of education? Well, at the age of 19 or 20 or 21, you have been you can't be involved. You don't know how to do agriculture meaningfully, to plow plants. You can't do plumbing, you can't repair a light bulb. You can't do anything, you can't play any musical instrument because music is an economy as well. And that is why as Africa Maibuya movement, we should advocate for and implement an education system that is going to skill our people from secondary school levels. Where when you exit secondary school, there is something that you can do for self-sustenance and as a contribution to society as a whole. Not this education system where a person exits grade 12 but doesn't know how to do anything. But they can tell you all the body parts of a locust in terms of and how that is relevant to society, we still have to be explained to. I think someone must still tell us what was the reason of the butterfly. Why were we taught about butterflies and locusts at school? And part of the objectives, comrades, is full investment and utilization of technology to improve our lives, agrarian reform, full employment, that we are going to create jobs for everyone, including those that are above the age of 35. Because that is what the people said to us during the consultations. They said jobs must not just be for those who are below the age of 35. It must be for everyone. And there must be proper paying jobs. That is what Africa Maibuya movement exists to realize. And what are the principles that guide all of us? We're guided by the principle of Ubuntu, the principle of honesty and respect, that we must be respectful in all our engagements. In all our deliberations, we must be respectful. We are not going to insult anyone. And no leader of Maibuya is going to throw insults on our behalf. We will engage robustly. We can't tell lies as an organization. The other principle is sound and superior alternatives. We must always offer practical and innovative solutions. The other principle that guides all of us is collective prosperity. By the way, you have got political leaders, even veterans, who say that there must be others who are rich first, the rest we'll see later. There is one who wrote an article, he used to be head of state, he said, no, let's accept that we can't be rich, all of us, let us allow others to be rich first. He wrote an article about the Thabo Mbeki. We can't associate with that. We are for collective prosperity. The other principle that drives all of us is black economic solidarity. Black economic solidarity meaning that let's support each other as black people. We spend majority of our money giving to other people, particularly to Caucasians and descendants of colonial settlers who take our resources every day. The other principle is women economic empowerment, purposefully doing so. The other principle is recognition and respect for religious and faith leaders. The other principle is recognition and respect for royal leadership. The other principle is progressive Pan-Africanism. The other principle is strong opposition to corruption and wrongdoing. The other principle is anti-imperialism. That by the nature of our existence, we are driven by progressive internationalism. That is why in our logo we have got the red star. The red star in the logo of Africa Maibuya movement represents progressive internationalism. So, even if the only thing that you are wearing is the red star, progressive forces in the world will know that you represent progressive internationalism. So the 5 spikes in the star represents the 5 continents. And this is the star that was used by Vladimir Lenin, by Che Guevara, by Thomas Sankara, by Fidel Castro, by all the revolutionaries. Just the star already communicates a message that we are together with the progressive internationalists of the world. You will know, comrades, when we deploy you in parliament and then we take you to international bodies in the future, that naturally forces, progressive forces, will drift your direction once they see you with the red star. That is what we represent as Africa Maibuya movement. And the next section deals with the motive forces. Who are the motive forces? Who stands to benefit is the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa are the primary motive force in the struggle for total freedom and emancipation now. How do you gauge that? as a leader, as a member, as an activist, as a deployee of Africa Maibuya movement, whenever you participate in a political discussion that is about to pass a budget or a policy, or it's about anything, the question you must ask and be able to establish is, how are the people going to benefit out of this thing? The reason why that is important is because the other political parties and individuals, whenever there's a project, they ask the question of, how is business going to benefit out of this? And how do we make money out of this? How do we eat out of this? Now, as revolutionary activists of Maibuye, we ask, how do the people benefit out of this? And once we are satisfied that the people are going to benefit out of it, then it's a program that we can associate with. So the primary motive force is the people, those that do not own the means of production. Africa Maibuya movement is not an instrument in the hands of the capitalist class. We are not a committee that manages the common affairs of the ruling class. That is what the Restoration Manifesto says. In terms of all of those issues. And what does Africa Maibuya movement seeks to do? The functions and rules. So we have already defined the aims and objectives. So aims and objectives is what you want to see society like at the end. And then the functions and roles is what you do towards the end. Are we together, comrades? So in the functions and roles, part of the functions and roles includes the attainment of political power. Getting political power in Africa Maibuya movement is not the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to have a society where we live in harmony, in peace, in collective prosperity, all of us. And for now, we get to that through political power. But political power is not the end goal. Are we together, comrades? There are political formations and individuals who think that getting political power is the ultimate objective. To us, political power is the means to the end, is not the end. And that we must understand, all of us. Someone says when we were discussing in the officials that if these objectives that we have of full employment, of full industrialization, of no crime, of collective full prosperity, if all of those objectives could be achieved through a church, we're going to found a church and support a church. If we're going to achieve that through an NGO, we're going to take that route. But now the objective can, we believe for now, political power, but not as the end, but as the means towards the end. In terms of, and that is how you must understand all these issues. If you think every day that all you are looking for is political power and the rest shall follow, you are going to neglect the immediate interest of the people. You will think, no, wait for us to go into political power. Whenever people come with problems of what, you will say, no, leadership, don't worry, when we get into office in 26, we'll resolve your problems. What if you don't get into power? It means the problems of our people will never be resolved. So that is what we need to understand. And then, of course, the functions and roles include the fact that we must organize our people, mobilize and organize our people behind the vision for total freedom and emancipation, that we must systematically respond to multidimensional poverty, that we must respond to the immediate needs of our people. And of course, we must mobilize and organize our people to contest and win elections. And we must integrate traditional and royal leadership into meaningful governance and society. All those objectives are there, all of us and everyone else who reads that. You will realize that you will have clarity of what role is expected of you as a member, as a leader of Africa Maibuye movement. Now, the second section that comes deals with the immigration question. And it says, Africa Maibuye movement does not support undocumented immigration. This position stems from a deep understanding of the complexities facing our continent and a commitment to building a united Africa where every citizen thrives within structured legal frameworks. Undocumented immigration poses significant challenges that undermine national sovereignty, economic stability, and social cohesion. And then there is reasons that are outlined as to why we are opposed to undocumented migration. But the Restoration Manifesto also says that in opposing undocumented immigration, Africa Maibuye movement will never associate with those who deny other people access to basic human needs. Such actions are profoundly inhuman, barbaric, and betrayal of our African ethos and Ubuntu. To withhold food, shelter, and medical care or dignity from any human being, regardless of origin, is an abomination that revives the cruelties of apartheid and colonialism, where people were treated as disposable. The other position that deals with the immigration question is that there must be protection of key economic sectors that must be reserved exclusively for the people of South Africa to promote economic empowerment and to reduce foreign dominance. And that this includes the spaza shops, the building material supply and hardware, the private security sector, and all other sectors that our people can meaningfully participate in. And the section also mentions the correct fact that there is a rising number of Caucasian or white immigrants that are coming into South Africa with the sole purpose of outnumbering the indigenous people in places like the Western Cape for electoral purposes. That in opposing undocumented immigration, we must not narrowly want to oppose the migration of black people only. There's a lot of Caucasian immigrants into South Africa who are coming to our country for political purposes, and that must be rejected. So that is the position, and it's easier for all of us to explain it in the manner that it is. The second section deals with the character and manifestations of Africa Maibuye movement. What does that section do? It basically says that a movement or a political organization has got one character and nature, but multiple manifestations. And the manifestations of Africa Maibuye movement are explained that it is a liberation movement. That is one. So let's explain it maybe differently, that Archbishop Zondo is an archbishop, a leader of a church. To some people he's a brother, to some he's an uncle, to some he's husband, to some he is the father, to some he's a neighbor, like different things. This liberation movement will manifest itself differently to different people. And what do we say should be the different manifestation to different sectors of society? There must be a section of society that says the only reliable liberation movement fighting for total emancipation in South Africa and the African continent is Africa Maibuye movement. That is one. Two, there must be people who come into contact with Africa Maibuye as a true leader of a responsible, responsive, and effective government. So those who are going to be staying under municipalities that are under Maibuye government must say that we are from Africa Maibuye territory. Everything else runs smoothly there. There must be those who come to contact with Africa Maibuye as a thought leader in ideological, political, and policy discussions, offering superior perspectives and solutions. There must be those whose relationship with Africa Maibuye movement is as a champion of women's emancipation and equality. So Dr. Nozi, at the forefront of the women's struggles and programs, those that interact with the women's movement of Maibuye must be like, this is the most reliable organization in championing women's interests and aspirations. Also, as a champion of youth development and inclusion care, in the youth activism, young people must realize that this is the most dependable instrument for youth activism. Must also be the most dependable and powerful champion of students' interest and all interest in education. It must be seen as a true champion for the full recognition of traditional and royal leaders. All royal leaders in South Africa must express a sigh that finally we've got our own movement that speaks our own interests and aspirations. And this does not mean that we limit our work in everything else that we do. We excel with everything. Must also be manifested as a true champion of religious freedom and equality. That religious institution must say, finally, here is a movement that listens to and understands our aspirations and interests as the religious sector. And that is how we should manifest. So every one of us must conduct our work with true excellence in everything. So those are the manifestations of Africa Maibuye movement. The next section deals with the ideological character. The summary of what is the ideological character of Africa Maibuye movement is in paragraph 155, which says, the Africa Maibuye movement is driven by scientific socialism, a framework that analyzes society through materialist lenses to achieve equitable redistribution of resources and power. And in application of scientific socialism, Africa Maibuye acknowledges the unique circumstances and characteristics here in South Africa. One is a large proportion of the religious community whose religious beliefs and systems must not be delegitimized. Because there are mistakes, comrades, historically, that are made by those who associate with scientific socialism to want to destroy religious institutions and faiths. the Communist Party of China underwent a very terrible period of the Cultural Revolution. And they had to convene a special conference in the 80s to revise and regret the mistakes of the past, which included the senseless destruction of religious institutions. And we can't fall into the same trap as far much more advanced revolutionaries, scientific socialists. We have got the benefit of history as to what was done wrongly before. The other recognition that is given is the existence of traditional and hereditary leadership in South Africa. The other recognition that is given is the combination of the class, race, and gender in the dynamics of South African society and politics. We will, and this might sound very complicated. It's not. We will, when we intensify on political education, we'll realize the simplicity of what this means. Because all of us in Africa Might Be a Movement are going to have the same levels of political and ideological comprehension and understanding. It might seem like it's not possible now, but with persistent work and proper ideological training, all of us are going to have a correct and proper understanding as to how we interpret and define the past, the present, and the future as to how we move forward. And then the next section deals with who are our friends here in South Africa. That our friends is the people of South Africa, the working class and the poor, the traditional leadership, religious organizations and individuals, civic organizations, civil society organizations. And there is a section that says potential strategic allies and alliances. Potential. It says all predominantly black political parties except those funded by white capitalist establishment represent potential allies. Now, comrades, this is very important to understand. In the transition period, particularly from 1990 to 1994, despite the mischaracterization of traditional leaders as collaborators of apartheid, the ANC had also characterized black political parties as enemy forces. And what that led to? It led to massive black-on-black violence. They say South Africa experienced a peaceful transition. It did not. Because more than 20,000 black lives were lost due to political violence during that time. Of course, there was a third force which was sponsoring part of the opponents there. But a political mischaracterization of other political parties as enemy forces was a historical mistake which we must never make ourselves. Despite the failure and the directionlessness, despite the massive weaknesses and hopelessness of the ANC, we can't and we should not characterize it as an enemy force. The same with MK-EFF. If you do that, the only thing you do to enemy forces is to eliminate. And that is not our intention. If anything, we want to win them over to our direction of how we interpret revolutionary struggles and how the future must be handled. And that is exactly what we are going to do. So part of the people who are going to win over are those that associate with those parties. And this is very important to understand, because on the ground, you'll find comrades say, no, we want to expel the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, because the deputy chairperson was seen working with an ANC council, an enemy. That no, this secretary is not reliable. There are even neighbors with the ANC council. Neighbors, they stay together. Attended the funeral. And by the way, comrades, what I'm saying happens in other political organizations. It happens in other political organizations where they say, no, this is an enemy force because it's a neighbor of a councillor of the ANC. Where they say even that, no, the wife is employed by the municipality. How can you trust such a person? That is not going to be our politics, must never be the politics of Africa Mayabuya movement. And that is what all of us must appreciate in terms of, if anything, we exist to win over, because in any way, those organizations, all of them, are going to disappear naturally. The ANC is going, even if we are there or not there, the ANC is gone. The less said about the others, the better, because that is, we don't want to talk about. And then globally, who are our friends? Globally, the primary friends, those that we defined with everything, is the alliance of Sahel states of Mali, of Niger, and Burkina Faso. Those we defined with everything. So you don't get excited as a member of Maibuya and then you say, yeah, but Captain Traore is a dictator. He's not a dictator, he's a revolutionary leader. And we will defend with everything. Those are our primary friends. All progressive African countries that do not support neoliberalism are our friends. All the African countries in the diaspora are our friends. Haiti is our friend. Bahamas is our friend. Trinidad and Tobago is our friend. Jamaica is our friend. So those are the countries that we associate with. The People's Republic of China is our friend. The Progressive People's Republic of China is our friend. And many people think that China's friendship with the African continent only began in the recent past. In the 1970s, without demanding any cent from the African continent, the People's Republic of China was able to build a 1,860 kilometers rail project from Zambia to Tanzania, because the nearest port which Zambia could access was the one in Tanzania, as the only liberated zones in that period. Zimbabwe was still under colonial rule. South Africa was still under colonial rule. Mozambique was still under colonial rule, but the Chinese built a rail project, 1,800 kilometers, called the Tanzania-Zambia Railway Authority, TAZARA. It's still in existence. With their own resources, lives of the Chinese people were lost, contributing to the development of the African economy. Even the type of infrastructure that is being built now by the Chinese is not similar to the colonial infrastructure of taking minerals to the ocean. It interconnects the African continent for increase intra-African trade. So the People's Republic of China is our friend. The Russian Federation is our friend and strategic friend. Cuba is our friend. Cuba at any given point has voluntarily trained a lot of our medical practitioners in primary health care. In all the 11 medical schools in Cuba, you will find South African students. We have got a deeper appreciation of primary health care and how it should be approached. Palestine and the people of Palestine who are facing genocide are our friends. We are not friends of Israel. And we know that there is genocide in Palestine done by the apartheid, racist, Zionist state of Israel. We are not speaking in forked tongue about that. And we associate with those that said now in the UN General Assembly that there has to be a defense mechanism to defend the people of Palestine against Israel. There has to be a defense mechanism that all of us should associate with. The colonized people of Western Sahara are our friend. We associate with the politics of Polisario Front. The people of Algeria, which is supporting Polisario Front, is our friend. The people of Belarus are our friends. The people of Indonesia, you must listen to the current president of Indonesia. He was speaking yesterday in the UN General Assembly. Very clear, is our friend. All the countries that are in BRICS are our friends. And all the countries in South America are our friends. And all the Arab nations that are autonomously developing outside of imperialist control are our friends. And all the left-leaning and Marxist formations and organizations all over the world, they are our friends. Tactically, we can align with the Scandinavian countries and the countries that were never involved in colonial occupation and oppression. And our opponents in the world is all the erstwhile colonial forces and those that are still involved in neocolonialism. The next section, comrades, is dealing with the section on what is to be done. It gives programmatic issues that have to be attended to in the immediate. One is the National Convention, which we spoke about in the beginning, to found officially an organization which would have been enriched by the perspectives of everyone. Two is the establishment of Africa Maibuya movement in all provinces with capable leadership that represents all sectors and interests. Also, we have to establish ourselves in all the regional structures, in all the zones and sub-regions of metropolitan municipalities and all the 205 local municipalities in South Africa, meaning that there must be a viable leadership of Africa Maibuya movement in all the municipalities of Mkanyakude, from Mhlabialingana, Jozini, Mtubatuba, and Big Five Hlabisa, in all the 5 sub-regions of Zululand, of Edumbe, Ulundi, Nongoma, Abatulus, Ulundi, and Pongola. In all the municipalities in Ilembe of Mandeni, of Ndwendwe, of Mapumulo, and Kwadukuza. In all the municipalities in Vembe, Musina, there must be a strong structure of Maibuyen, Collins Chabane in Makado, in Tulamela. In all the 10 zones of Cape Metro, in all the sub-regions in Fezile Dabi, of Mafube, of Mhulu, of Mwate, of Mokaka, and everywhere, comrades, we should have meaningful presence. And what should also distinguish us, let's pay attention to this. So in the same way we know that in Mkanyaku there you have got Mhlabea Lingana, Mtuba, Josini, and Big Five Hlabisa. The leadership of Africa Maibuye movement must know that in Mhlabea Lingana, which traditional authority is presiding over the people of Mhlabea Lingana. So it's Hosi Tembe who is the chief there, but who else? When you go to Josini, you must know that there is Nkosi Ngube, there is Nkosi Nyao. Who is responsible for which areas? When we go to Nkomazi, you must know that there is Mawewe Tribal Authority where the deputy chairperson comes from and is responsible for which section of Nkomazi municipality. So in the same way we understand the demarcation of municipalities, we should also understand who are the tribal authorities in each and every area. We must also understand and know who are the churches and religious institutions that are organizing each and every area in South Africa. Are we together, comrades? So we must not just, so when we ask for reports from you as regional chairpersons, as provincial organizers, deputy organizers, provincial secretaries, spokespersons, chairpersons, everyone, when we say how many wards are in this municipality, you must know how many VDs, you must know. But who are the traditional authorities, you must also know that. And which churches are organizing in that area, you must also know that. It's not a difficult thing to ask. So the manner in which we organize ourselves must be much more organic and unique than how these other organizations are organizing themselves. We are not founding a mini ANC or mini MK or mini EFF. We already have identified the problem and crisis that CODESA neglected traditional and royal leadership. Ourselves, we must know the names of the villages in each and every area. Not saying Ward 1, Ward 2, Ward 3. The limitation of just clubbing people into wards is that you will miss a lot of underdevelopment issues that define a lot of villages. This is what the ANC does. They put a chart there and say Ward 1. I'll give you an example of Collins Chabane where I come from. They say Ward 1 to Ward 36. But each ward has got 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6 villages. In Collins Chabane, there's 36 wards, but there's 198 communities, which are clubbed into 36 wards. So they'll go to Ward 1 and build some tar road of 2 kilometers, and then they say, no, Ward 1 is covered. And in that covered, they've excluded 6 other villages. So in Ward 17, where Mawonis village is, they want to build a ring road in Mpambo village. And then they say, no, Ward 17 is covered. But in Shgaman village in Maonisiville, which is an informal settlement which was built first as RDP houses. There is nothing that has been done. In Maonisi village, there's nothing that has ever been done. But they treat it as what? In Mhulu, we must take and give account of each and every area when we organize ourselves. That is why even our branches must take into account the villages in all the areas where we organize. It must not just be ward-based, and majority of the ward-based branches, you find that the leadership comes from one VD. Sometimes the entire leadership even comes from one family. You find that the father is a branch chair, the wife is a branch secretary, the daughter or the son is a branch treasurer. And then part of what has to be done, we need to expand the work of Mhulu medics. We must invest optimally our resources and energy in growing the Mandahashu Workers Union of South Africa, MAUSA. So, in the items of the provincial leadership, of the regional leadership, you must care to know what is the state of MAUSA in your region. If they've got members and they've got activities and programs, and how we support MAUSA. We should expand the social assistance programs. Everywhere. Social assistance programs is not a function of head office only. It must be a standing item in all meetings of the organization of what do we do now? Some of the interventions do not need money. You can discuss and say, what do we do for our community now? In Sidibeng, Bishop Jones. What do we do now which does not need money to uplift our community? And of course, we must expand our political education program to politically conscientize our people, because Thomas Sankara says a soldier without proper ideological and political training is a potential criminal. So we do not want to breed soldiers who potentially will be criminals because of lack of political education. We also should launch a religious desk, Archbishop of Africa Mhulu movement, representative of all religions and existing in all levels. So there must be a religious desk at all levels of the organization. And we should consolidate the relationship with all the traditional and royal leaders in all the communities where we come from. So what we said earlier, it must not just that you only know who the traditional chiefs and paramount chiefs and headmen are. You must also have a relationship with them and have a program to interact with them. We must build adequate internal media capacity. So we need a solid media capacity and we should have a consistent publication of Mhulu Journal. And we should build relationships with other progressive forces in the world. And we must prepare to govern South Africa, because that is exactly what we are going to do as Africa Mhulu movement. And then the next section, comrades, which is also in the Constitution, I think when the Constitution is presented, we'll cover that, is the nature of branches. That branches must be involved in work of communities on a constant basis. That they must be organic, they must not just be complaining instruments. There must be instruments of action in all the areas. And then the last section that I'm speaking to now speaks to the type of leadership that we want in Africa Maibuye movement? What are the attributes and features of leaders in Africa Maibuye movement? Number one is that we want leaders with revolutionary commitment. You must be convinced that there's going to be change. You can't want to lead and every time we take a corner you say, this thing is not going to go anywhere. This thing is collapsing. If you are doubting the potential of Africa Maibuye movement, be honest enough and say, I don't want to lead now, I'm busy with something else. One thing that is for sure is that Maibuye is going to rise into power. And the manner in which the organization is being purposefully shaped is that it will never rely on any of its individual leaders. It will always be a collective effort that guides all of us. The other principle is that you must be disciplined as a person. If you occupy a position of chairperson of the province, of the region, you are chairperson 24/7, even when you are sleeping. Even when you are attending a family gathering. Even when you are together in a closed door with your spouse. You are still the chairperson. Everything else that you do must represent that this is a chairperson. You can't take leave from yourself. Everything else that you do must represent the movement. And everything else that you say and do in private, you must be able to own up in public. I give an example because it's public of. There are certain things that as a leader you can't do. Even if you think it's for your own privacy. There are certain photos you can't take. There are certain videos you can't take. As a leader. You know, there's a guy who was a leader elsewhere. He took a video. Even when he tries to cleanse himself. He recently got a PhD. When he was congratulated for the PhD, people say the video. He can't get out of it. And that is what society knows that person for. The video. They are not interested on what is the topic of his PhD. There are certain things which as a leader you cannot do. Because everything else that you say and everything else that you do, you must be able to own up in public. I think there's a Bible chapter about that, Archbishop, that says everything else that is done in secret will be revealed. It's there in the Bible. That you think you are doing things, it says everything else that is done in the secret will show up one day. So as leadership, we must be disciplined as people. The other principle is that we must thoroughly prepare for all the engagements. We must be dedicated to the cause. We must have proper knowledge of protocols. We are going to visit churches. We are going to visit traditional leaders. We are going to visit all sorts of religious institutions. We must know for sure how to refer to the people that we are going to interact with. We give this example every day that not all churches are led by pastors. Some are led by archbishops, some are led by bishops, some are led by apostles. Some are led by reverends. Some, there's a hierarchy that there's an archbishop, there's a bishop, there's a pastor, there's a reverend, and then you arrive there, you just say, no, I want to talk to Pastor Zondo. And you are about to address his congregation. Already, they will never listen to you. We must know the correct, even of traditional leaders. So the titles which are used in where you come from are not applicable to the whole of South Africa. You must know that there is certain references that are used differently. So even if you are from KwaZulu-Natal, you know that in Nkosi so and so, but in the Eastern Cape they say Kumkan. And so and everything else, at least that as a leader of Maibui, we must be respectful enough to know the proper protocols and everything else that we do. Also, comrades, there must be confidentiality on things that are kept, which are confidential. We are not going to do those things of taking your phones, and we're not running a secret organization. We're not a secret society. But there are issues that are internal that must be kept internal. You don't, after every meeting, you pick up a phone and call members of other political parties to download everything else that we're discussing. We are not going to tap anyone's phone. We are not going to try to micromanage anyone. There's not going to be running the organization through an iron fist of intimidations and that. But as a self-respecting person, you must know that there are issues that are internal. If we want to communicate, we will communicate those issues. But what is the purpose of picking up a phone and call people and say, no, this is what is happening in the organization? You know, I'll give you a practical example that Sunday World is owned by David Mabulu. I know David Mabulu since I was in the Youth League. And I know the people who run that organization. I was a spokesperson before. So if information is leaked, I know immediately who leaks the information. And who did they call and everything else. But we found people already who were going there to say, the National Convention was postponed because of money and what. I'm like, what is the purpose of that? So there's nothing that we will not be able to know as an organization. But as self-respecting leaders, if you have got a problem with the organization, find an excuse and say, I want to be busy with something else. We will gladly accept that you are busy with something else. And not become a spy or become an infiltration. And it's not like there is anything that is going to destroy the organization. Nothing. We are not a secret organization. We are not an underground movement. We are a revolutionary movement that wants to contest political power and remove the ANC from power. And it's not a secret that we want to overthrow the state in its current form. And we're not doing that secretly. Everyone else knows that we want to overthrow the state. And we also want to replace all these fake black political organizations which claim to be revolutionary when they are not. Our politics, our conduct will reveal that these other organizations are not genuine about the struggles of our people. So that is the message that and the reason why we purposefully say let's open some of the sessions is because we want to disable this thing that someone will go say, guess what they're saying about you? Because it's an open revolutionary movement, which is not run through some unexplained secrecy. The other principle that must guide all of us is the principle of collective leadership and respect of democratic centralism. Collective leadership means that even when you think the decision you are going to take is correct, you must check with the people that you work with. You can't be a provincial chairperson. You take decisions and the secretary of the province is shocked about your decisions. If you have got genuine convictions that the names that you are going to propose for a region are correct names, you must subject them to the collective. And not just write the list and then you submit and then those that you work with, they do not know anything about that. Those structures that we have constituted are whole structures. They are full structure. So there's a chairperson and deputy chairperson of Maibuye in the province, and secretary of Maibuye in the province or in the region. So when there's a chairperson, you can't say, no, I'm the chairperson, this one is my deputy, that one is my secretary. They're not your secretaries and the deputies. Those are secretaries of the organization. And you will realize one day, you will realize that they are not your deputies and secretaries. When you make a mistake and we take a collective decision to remove you, you will realize those people are still there. They won't live with you. That is the spirit of collective leadership that we must all of us embrace. Also, we must have the courage to speak in a meeting. I don't understand myself when we discuss issues in the meeting and when we leave. No, President, we wanted to raise some issue with you on the side. We just from a meeting where all of us were supposed to speak. What other issues must come outside? We must speak in the meeting. And we must be meticulous in planning. And we must speak in a convincing and effective way. When you are deployed to go and represent the organization, you must know all the facts and you must go and speak with conviction. Because sometimes people can say, we thought Maibuye is coming all right, but this one who was speaking there. And comrades, we must also be not nepotistic. Even if your husband or wife is highly capable, it's not your space to suggest that person must lead anywhere. If a person is close to you, even if your child is the best, you can't be the one who proposes that your child must lead the sub-region. Stay away from recommending your family members to leadership responsibilities. Because people are going to say, this is a family affair. And what do we want from leaders? We want leaders who love our people. We will understand what Che Guevara says, that at the risk of seeming ridiculous, let me say that the true revolutionary is guided by a great feeling of love. It is impossible to think of a genuine revolutionary without this quality of love. So all of us, comrades, must love our people. We must not be pompous. We must not show off anything. We must not sabotage the organization. If the secretary types slowly and you are a deputy secretary, you can type faster. You must type the minutes. And not fold your arms and say, we will see what is going to happen with the next meeting. You must not derive joy over the failure of the people that you serve with. And leadership must not gossip. You must speak openly. You must go to the chairperson that, chair, you spoke very well, but there are other points that you forgot there. If you had emphasized this, it was going to be better. But if you tell someone else, it says that, is that a chairperson, that one? Did you hear? Then that is gossip. That is gossip. You must go straight to the person and say, you can do better if you do it like this. If you are scared to talk to them, you say, no, Chair, I want to make additional point. I know that issue has passed. But can you please, in the next intervention, improve there and there? Then we shape each other collectively. Instead of going to talk to other people about the leadership that we... and leadership must not be engaged in violence against women and children. And leadership must not generate conspiracies. And leadership must not tell lies and must not deceive comrades. We must be an organization that tells no lies and does not claim easy victories. All of us, comrades, are going to be given responsibilities. As part of the outcomes of this engagement, of this NCT, everyone, regional leaders, provincial leaders, will have a certain number of wards and VDs that they are responsible for between now and next year. And we are going to assess the leadership based on what they do in the wards which they are responsible for. We are not going to listen to stories. We are going to listen to progress only as to what is happening in the wards which you are responsible for. That is the only way we are going to build an organization that Amandla, now, comrades, we have come to the end of the presentation of the Africa Maibuya Restoration Manifesto, and all of us should have the courage to explain and speak to the Restoration Manifesto. From now, all of us, the program which we're going to adopt here will take us to all the provinces, to all the regions, to all the sub-regions. As leaders, we must be able to explain what this Restoration Manifesto is and what we seek to achieve as Africa Maibuye movement. Amanda! Maibuye! Yeah, Africa! Maibuye! Yeah, Africa! Forward to total freedom and emancipation, forward! Amanda! Oh, two! Thank you very much, comrades. We really appreciate it.
Amanda, Maibuye, Africa, Maibuye, Africa. Thank you very much, Comrade President Nico Shivambu, for giving us and outlining proper Africa Maibuye politics. Correct politics that we are of the firm belief that when we live here, this is the type of knowledge which we are going to be imparting to our province, regions, sub-regions, and the VD, and making sure that they do understand what type of politics we are subscribed to as Africa Maibuye movement. Comrades, I believe that we all have taken notes. I am now going to afford all of us an opportunity to engage with the document. The leadership of the Eastern Cape, now this is the time to raise hands, not in that previous section. I'm going to start this side. We've got one microphone, but we are going to try and manage with it. I'm going to note hands from this side. When we rise, let us mention our names, where we come from, the province, the region, and also mention the page, the section in which you are engaging on. I'm noting hands this side. Let us start here. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 5, 6, 7. We end there at the Eastern Cape.
Greetings, comrade. Amandla. My name is Jemina Malitsatsi Tswani. I'm raising on the issue of page 3031. Jemina Malitsatsi from Gauteng, Region Tshwane, Ward 103, Sub-Region 7. Thank you. I'm raising on the issue of the land distribution. I see that we are going to distribute the land, but it's not the issue of land distribution is here, but it is not clear how are we going to distribute the land to our people. So I would like to understand how are we going to distribute the land, because we know of the willing buyer, willing seller that did not work. And then we also know the expropriation. And now my issue again, I don't know how we're going to do that. But the expropriation, I'm worried that in South Africa, we've seen the expropriation happening somewhere. And then the people that benefit there, the people that benefit is not only the South Africans, because we have our brothers from SADC regions who are here, left their land and in their countries, and then they come and squat in the informal settlement in South Africa. And when there's an expropriation that is happening, they become part of those who benefit from that. So as Maibuye, how are we going to distribute the land to our people? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Tembelani Tobantuli. I come from KwaZulu-Natal under King Cetshwayo region, from Kandla sub-region, Ward 4. Thank you for the invite to this meeting as a guest. I'm referring to page 123. On top there is point S, leaders who tell lies and deceives comrades. I want to actually my issue with regard to this point, it is also mentioned in other paragraphs dealing with the issue of wrongdoings. In order for this movement to be consolidated well, I will take from my past experience, which I think the President as well will understand easily. I have a concern with a mechanism in which this organization or the movement can employ in order to prevent a situation where there are false reportings within the organization, because I think that is a serious issue. If I can maybe make an example, Comrade President, in your previous home, political home, you once dealt with a document which was called a victory manual, a road to victory manual. And when you were deployed president at KwaZulu-Natal province, that is why I'm raising this point, there was a challenge of implementing that document, because it started by demanding converting structures into election structures. How can we prevent such challenge, President, by making sure that there is no space for false reporting, from recruitment, from building of structures, from campaigns reportings? What is the mechanism that can be employed in this movement to prevent it instead of maybe dealing with that issue when it already happened, because it will fail the movement? I think the last point, I appreciate this session, but I also believe leadership that you mentioned that a leader must be able to understand how you refer to traditional leaders and church leaders. When we go to the ground, I believe it must be this movement that will go to elections knowing from each VD, from each ward, to all people who have interacted with, that how many households have no access to water, how many households have no access to electricity, and how many people who have interacted with whom are unemployed before we go to elections. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Moseline. I'm from the Gauteng province, Tshwane region, regional chairperson. Firstly, I just want to comment on the document, the Restorative Manifesto, for the composition thereof. And I just want to say the first thing is that I think it calls for a research paper to just actually put to paper the whole process and the outcome of the process. Secondly, I also, when you read in the manifesto, I also think there's a need for a glossary, because I do find that you read in one sentence, for example, I think it's page 29, that they spoke about disability, people with disability and marginalized group in one sentence, and it means it have different meanings for the two. Also, when you read somewhere, and I'm going to touch on it now, that is what I submit here, is on page 29, speaking about education, but also secondary education, and then somewhere is child and youth, which is different. So a definition, clear definition of concepts will be usable here. So my submission is on page 29. It speaks about the colonization of education to a point where no one must exit secondary education with a tangible skill, etc. So what the manifesto is very quiet about, maybe I didn't see it, but I read through the document, is the right of a child to early childhood development and education is not addressed in our manifesto. And we view a child as an age from 6 to 9, and that is the foundation development there, because there's a gap. There's a need for a pathway or theoretical framework where we can see, if we talk about education, how does the one phase build on the other phase, and how does it augment? Because you find that when a child comes, and what is the diversion? Because not all of them can go to university, and there is where the skills come in, when we say that when they leave, and that is also a way to say that we're going to look at the development of a child educationally, so from a young age. And it also calls for a multiple professional intervention, where we have people to come in and really say that, because as a mother, my child is very intelligent, but does that child really belong at the university? So that there can also be other professionals coming in and assess the child from a young age into secondary, into tertiary, etc., etc. And I think that is my submission. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is Joyce Fundiswa Xumisa Cingo from the Eastern Cape Province, Owartambo District, in Musa Hill sub-region. I've got two issues on page 109 only. Africa Maibuya movement branches. I think we must have a common understanding as far as a recruitment system and membership system, because there are forms, there are digital membership. I think we must have a common understanding, because some of us doesn't have these phones. We have OT Lily. So we are unable to do membership through the phone. And our members at large, they don't have phones. Again, even these forms, it's not clear how do we deposit them and how do we upload the membership. How are we going to know how many members do we have? Because I already have 100 forms, then I just kept them because I don't know what to do with them. I don't know how to upload them to the system so that the membership can be known by the organization at large. Number two is the visibility of the organization or of the movement. T-shirts, they may sound as if they are just nothing, maybe. But in our rural areas, T-shirts are so important. Because when we recruit, we must represent the organization. So we must be visible. The visibility is through T-shirts. If we went to a certain area, we must at least leave T-shirts so that the members there can be able to move and be seen. I think that's all. I think.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the President for the presentation of our Restoration Manifesto. I'm sorry, Chairperson, when I listen, I can't open the book, so I didn't see the sections that I am going to refer to, but I think the leadership will be able to catch what I'm trying to explain. I think the President indicated that, sorry. My name is Mike Matebe. I'm the chairperson of Limpopo Province, the only province that managed to bring in 100% PCT members in this meeting. Thank you. Chairperson, the President indicated that the organization is not going to turn our people into just voters. And that one I also agree. And secondly, there was an indication that we must mobilize and organize our people. But the issue here is that when we go and recruit these people in masses, in the high numbers that we'll be bringing to the organization, and the question is, these quantities that we are bringing in the organization, how do we convert them into qualities? Because you might have a danger of doing the same problems that we encountered in the organizations that we are coming from, where we are being infiltrated, where we cannot differentiate between a person who is an organizational and who is politically conscious to take the organization forward. So I think my suggestion, Chairperson, in that regard is that maybe we take this, the manifesto, we develop it into a syllabus or a course that can be provided by one of the institutions in the country, that comrades must subscribe and write examinations and pass this document, because it's a document that must also be taught at school, even from the childhood level. Because if you are saying we want to teach the people of this country politics, we must start from the lower age. That's why, Chairperson, in our municipalities, there are so many challenges, because that's where there is no formal political education. But at this level, at least we come here, we are being inducted, we are doing all these necessary steps to make sure that we are capacitated. But there where we are going to find the ward councillors and so on, who cannot even ask what this project is going to benefit our people with, That's where the problem is. So my submission is that let's have a way of skilling all these people who belongs to Maibuye and convert them to quality leadership. Thank you.
Greeting to President and the collective NCT members. My name is Sikhululezo Lampechini. I am the provincial organizer of the Western Cape. I come from Cape Metro in Ward 33 in Zone 7. My question, it's not a question, it's a comment. And it sparks from what the President was saying when he was characterizing our political ideology as Pan-Africanist movement. And he was explaining that our position with regards to undocumented immigrant in South Africa is that we do not accept that. But I thought maybe I should say something because I think Pan-Africanism or Pan-Africanist revolutionary do not actually understand Pan-Africanism the same way that a Pan-Africanist of London, the Pan-Africanist of China would understand, because pens, there are a lot of pens in the world. There's Pan-Africanist a person of South Africa would not interpret Pan-Africanism as a person of London. So the Pan-Africanist ideology of a person that is in South Africa will come from an idea which comes from great revolutionaries such as Dr. Kwame Nkrumah and Marcus Garvey, who were advocating for one United States of Africa, under the understanding that the borders that we have in Africa are colonial in their own very nature. So I'm thinking that I should suggest that in the next sitting that we're going to have, we should debate and talk about what type of Pan-Africanist that we are as an Africa Maibuye movement. Because it's not possible to be a Pan-Africanist and hate the person that comes from Zimbabwe. It's not, that's what is happening, for example, even in Morocco. Because you've got Pan-Africanists that are patriotic in their nature, that are saying, my country first and everything else should follow. You can't say that you have attained your total freedom if the people of Western Sahara have not attained theirs. So what is happening in Morocco as Africans as well is that they are undermining the independence of the people of Western Sahara, but yet they are also within the African continent. And the people of Western Sahara are also fighting their own independence from the colonial rule of Spain. So I think it's important, Comrade President, to outline the risk involved of being a Pan-Africanist, that other people might have joined the organization not understanding the political idea. Because it's not possible to hate. If you are belonging to organizations that subscribe to Pan-Africanist, you must understand that there are certain things that you don't agree on with as an individual, but because you're belonging to an organization, you have to agree with. For example, Pan-Africans cuts across many things. If you're allowing documented, for this time, in this example, documented immigrant in South Africa, what do you say about the issues of unemployment and crime and everything? Because as population rise, there are a lot of issues that are going to happen. So those are the other things that are a risk when you belong to a Pan-African movement. So I suggest that the President, in the next program that we're going to have, explain to us what type of Pan-Africanist are we as an organization, so that we understand that all of us here, we are going to let go of issues that we have about the idea of people that are coming from other African countries into our country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Abshin, my name is Thomas Maswanganye, Normal Pompo, Emupane region, under Palabra sub-region, Ward 15. I'm a provincial fundraiser, ya Limpopo. Comrades, nila kubulabula ngopfu hi the branches. The branch is the key. And to win the election is about the numbers. Let's go to the branches and establish the VD,
according to this document, page 109. And the other thing, comrades, if we're not working on the ground, we just come here and do induction or whatever. After this induction, let's go to the branches and recruit. After recruitment, we don't want to recruit people and then we dump them. Let's go and recruit and induct them. We give them the information. If we don't give them information, we're going to have a serious problem. Number one, there's a lack of service delivery on the ground. People are complaining about the service delivery because this service delivery, we're talking about the VD, we're talking about the what? Comrades, President, you talk about these branches and the leadership. Maybe the previous organization, ANC, they were doing a blunder, but their organization, and if we can practice these things here, we're not going anywhere. Don't kumbe hingai at branching where we are going to deal with the factional recruitment. And then don't go to the branches and recruit factional with money. Money is a problem. It's going to destroy this movement. Let us stay on our position. All the provinces must do these things. Because the money is the only problem that's going to destroy the organization. If you can check the other organizations like OMK and the ANC, now they destroyed because they went to the conference with money, buying voters. So I'm appealing you to the national leadership and all of us here as the leaders. Let's go to the branches, work and recruit, and we'll launch the branches. Now we're facing with the local government election. And when we go to the branches, don't forget that we're supposed to participate in the IEC. Because we are behind, and the other political parties are busy participating in the IEC. So we must start also to get people who are supposed to attend the IEC meeting in the local, because already this is a movement, is registered. So comrades, I just want to, comrade national chairperson, the comrade president, to emphasize the issue of money, because it's going to destroy our organization. I submit.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Fusi Mahloko from Free State. I'm the chairperson there from Ward 26, Mangaung. So I just want to get in the point of recruitment per se. The area that I think maybe I did not hear you well, but I think that it was not well addressed. But the president can put me well in his response. The issue was recruitment per se on the basis of the elderly people. I have actually realized that other movement, they get more votes on the elderly people. So now, do we have a program in place to recruit elderly people? so that we should not go for recruitment during the election. If we can focus on the elderly people per se in advance, whilst you are doing the education, political education, we can also do the political elderly education. I don't know how we can frame it, but we need to focus on that point. Is there we will be able to get more people. The second point is about the rural areas. As an organization or movement, what do you do for the rural areas? Are we still also going to embark on recruitment for the rural people? And what is it that we're going to put in place? Because if you focus on those two areas, these are the areas where if you focus on them, other movements or organizations, they were focusing on the rural areas to get people in order for the people to vote for them. So if you can have a strategy or a plan for those elderly people and the rural areas, will be well.
Greetings, national leadership, starting to President, all protocol observed. My name is Bulelani Ngapai, a provincial organizer of the Eastern Cape. I will be short and brief. I will just make an emphasis on page number 54, 56, and page number 68. I will be brief. If you look at page number 54, quickly, page number 54, paragraph H, to organize, mobilize, educate, conscientize, and agitate people to know and appreciate that they hold the power to achieve the common prosperity. I'll be quick. This is dedicated also to Mausa. It will also assist Mausa in terms of recruitment as well, and as an organization. Also, my boy will benefit. As much we want to contest 2026, our aims is to win the municipality. The municipality is made of two things. That is the council and administration. First, it means we have to win the administration. As much we are members of Maibuye, at the same time we are the employees of the particular municipalities. It means all of us in this gathering, we have a responsibility to organize in the workplace for Mausa, those who work in the municipalities, so that we win the administration first, not wait for 2026 in what we do now. So that is point number one, all of us that we should understand. Number two, Mausa has to give us the scope of work which fields that are our organizing to, so that we may assist in all provinces. Page number 56. That will cover also comrade organizer of the Western Cape, Comrade Zola. 56, page 56, quickly. It says, paragraph K, to build sustainable and mutual beneficial relations with other countries in the African continent, particularly those that respect their people. Now, I'm trying to answer as well to Comrade. Yes. What we're trying to say, we have associates who are business in our local in order to achieve this program that is social and assisting. We need capital. We have businesses that locally, we call them spaza shops, so my friend. Those people should be eligible to get a membership so that its contribution may assist in terms of food parcels in the social assistance program. And it also assists us in terms of recruitment program so that we buy food and drinks for our volunteers. Thank you.
Thank you. My name. Thanks, Chair. My name is Lazo Landamase. I've chosen a very insignificant area to speak about, really. It's around the reintegration of traditional leaders. I agree that we should reintegrate traditional leaders into the institution of governance. However, I think let's sort of rephrase that particular paragraph with the appreciation that colonialism and apartheid did repurpose the institution of traditional leadership in order for it to serve a particular purpose at a particular point. So as we reintegrate them, we should find a way to rehumanize them to the old values that were the central tenet of traditional leadership before colonialism and apartheid. On tactical and strategic alliances, I will not belabor the point. I appreciate it's not the end of the world. I did raise it. I think it's unnecessary what we did there, but I will not belabor the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, but I had raised my hand. I don't think you saw it. And I am a guest here, so I thought maybe just before you pass, I must actually get the courage to stand up. And thank you very much for such a well-crafted document, really diagnosing the issues that are facing our country. I just have one or two issues that I would like us to integrate into the... Oh, I'm sorry. The guest's name is Goodness Zulu. I am, I don't know which region I fall into. I've just been invited and I've joined today the party. So I'm Tswane. I don't know the word. Please don't ask me. But comrades, this document touches on very critical issues that are facing the country. And I just want to make one input that does not come out very strong in the document, which relates to the issues of the fourth or fifth industrial revolution, which in fact will contribute to issues of high rise in unemployment for unskilled young people. And I know the document has spoken to the issues of education and skilling. But again, it needs to be, when the programming is happening, very well-crafted programs need to be in place to ensure that our country is in par with the global movement in terms of technology. And lastly, I just want to talk about how the organization has mentioned that it is looking at re-looking into the economy. As we know, the neoliberal economy it has not worked, but I also want the whole issue of globalization attached to neoliberalism to be tackled, aligned also with the issues of the changes in climate change. So when we're talking about farming, how already are we forward thinking, and what are the strategies that we're going to look at to mitigate, the climate change, which I don't see in this document, which I would like perhaps for it to come. Also, lastly, my issue is more on the issue of social justice. Again, we are looking at the whole issue of economic justice. But the document, I would like it to, I know the president did speak about the expanding of social assistance program. But when you talk about the social assistance program, you are already talking about the welfaristic state. And yet the document is talking about a developmental state of the country. Yes, the social assistance is to help us through the process, but once the overhaul, which the organization is looking at, has happened, we are looking at a developmental state. So when we do the programming, let us just synthesize those issues. Thank you.
No, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Mike Ngobeni from Bushbuckridge sub-region under Botlhabela, Provincial Chairperson of Mpumalanga Province. I wanted to make some submissions in page 109 in terms of branches. I wanted to propose that our branches should be given or should be named after our fallen heroes, other than just having a branch without a name or just a word attached to a branch. So I wanted to propose that we be given that leverage to name our branches after our fallen heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greeting to the leadership. Standing here in Mutemba Gamnisi from Mpumalanga, Deputy Chairperson, Second Deputy Chairperson from Mehlanzeni and Mbombela, I was 26. Mine is just Napaku page 115, Kuma principles and values, good issue of confidentiality within the internal matters. Our gadget, I know we are using technology. This thing of our WhatsApp groups are the ones that are causing this thing of not getting confidentiality within the matters that are being discussed within leadership. Mine is just to go to leadership needs to manage these groups and who opens what group and stick to that group. In my view, provincial leadership group should be only the province that discuss matters there, and those matters stays good at group. That will maintain the issue of confidentiality. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm Nompumelelo Ngomane from Mpumalanga Province, Nhlanzeni Region, Komazi Sub-Region, Ward 6. Thanks for restoration of the manifesto. I want to propose something. My ward is attached to the border. And there are people who are staying on the border, are doing a trademark. So on behalf of Imausa, how can you assist that woman who are staying at the border? Because on 2012, the government was trying to remove them at the border, then was go there and intervene. Safika sabayenga, sasho ukuthi singalungisa njani nema union yangalalang biyakhona. So Imausa ngobikhona bengipropose ukuthi kibo siyofika njani. Those women labayenza exchange ema border meticas to rents, and also there are business areas lapha banama market, but umasipala no government when you try to ukuthi akazame ukuthi abakhele babenzawe ne right ngoba makushisa ilanga bayasha makunimvula bayathamba makubanza bayaqhuqa. Kodwa at the end of the day, as base wadini lami mina supposed to go there ngiyo campaign kubo ngifune bavotele Africa mayibuye movement sibuyisa ugovernment wase South Africa. So bekuyiproposal kuwe Chairperson neMausa ukuthi kubo sito eta njani ngoba mangibona la fanele siba ete khona ku page 107.0 la ku invention bona sikhohliwe kubafaka. I submit. Thanks, Chairperson. 107. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Ngamsile Dlamini from Nhlanzeni region, underneath Mbombela sub-region in Ward 18. What I would like to talk about, it's on page 63 under W, where we are talking about free education. I would like to inquire how my Buye is going to champion it, because we had that notion since 2007, but still schools in the locations, they are still in the rural areas, they are still paying under the name of School Development Fund. And I'm going to talk about both sides, because I do understand why the school are still charging like the School Development Fund, because the money that they are getting from the government, it doesn't cover anything. Those schools are in debt. Reason one, they have to pay for electricity. It is too expensive. You all here know how expensive electricity is. They need to pay for water. It doesn't cover anything. And they're just giving them money, saying it's a fund. And they still need to fundraise. Where are they going to fundraise for that money so that they can be able to pay for those things? So as my Buye, I would like us to take those things, be the responsibility of the government, for them to pay for the electricity, pay for the water, and another thing, the printing, the printer. It is costing the schools a lot of money. A lot of money. And another thing, the parents are even forced to come with photocopy the papers, the typex. Each child should bring 4. If ever you are having 6 children in each household, then how many are you going to buy? So they are unable to do it. So whatever that we are going to do, please, let's go back to the drawing board. The government must be able to buy those things for the schools so that they won't be able to pay that lot of money. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair. We'll just touch on these few points. Page 66, Igama Usibusiso given Valashia from Ekuruleni, Ward 94, South Sub-Region. Chair, let's first appreciate the position of the organization when it comes to undocumented immigration. But equally, let's also develop a program that will address what we have already identified on page 68, paragraph 135, of Caucasians. Because you will see now there's a serious rise of a Zionist community in South Africa. And this will be the influence if we do not develop a program as a Maibuye that will work with formations that are fighting against or implementing the boycotts on products that are assisting Israel to kill our people. If we don't work with those, we may not also make meaningful contribution in supporting people of Palestine. We want to also say, Chair, having noted our strategic and tactical motive forces, both locally and international, we think let's qualify it, President, on what is to be done by having a political commission so that we can further engage on why we are choosing those we are saying they are tactical, both locally and international, because we think it's important that we engage on those, Chair, because we also want to make a meaningful contribution around that. The last part, Chair, we are saying we appreciate that also our manifesto talks to championing and being the reliable and dependable champion of workers' rights. But we want to see wrong, Chair, which we must correct. We are saying that let's also convene, whether it will be a symposium or a consultation with all working class formations, whether it be trade unions or abasebenzi directly, because also our manifesto will be able to put in place
idingo zabasebenzi into it. Thanks, Chair.
Greetings to the leadership and thanks, Chairperson. My name is Ngamiso Sanele Masina from Ward 10 in Mpumalanga, Chief Albert Lutuli Sub-Region, the provincial organizer. Comrade President, I also want to check and make a submission as well with regards to our global and international friends of Maibuye movement. Dwelling much on page 91, we have on all African countries, we have Eswatini there mentioned as one of our friends. And then I just want to check, President, on what is the position of Maibuye, since we know, all of us, that the people of Swaziland are still subjected to very harsh conditions of Tingundla systems and being oppressed by the current king there through absolute monarchy. And so I want to check what is the state and position of Maibuye with regard to the progressive forces there in that country, more especially your Swalimo, Swayoko, and Pudemo. So I just want to check there, President. Thank you. No, my proposal, Chairperson, is that we also need to establish relationships on how are we going to assist the progressive forces there in Swaziland, of which are still fighting for democracy in that country.
Thank you, leadership. Prophet TV Matloko from Northwest. Dr. Ruth Sokhomutsi Mompati, Kagisano Molopo, Ward number 10. Comrade Chair, I'm on page number 107, when number N, launch a religious desk. Chair, I am proposing that maybe in future or now, we should also have what we call sub-regional chaplains. We have provincial chaplains, but can we also, in our structure, include sub-regional chaplains? Because in some regions, like the province where I come from, I'll be in Kagisano Molopo, and then the other sub-region or the other region will be 500 or 600 kilometers away from me. And if there is something or spiritual need in that sub-region, it becomes a bit difficult for someone to drive those kilos to go and attend to the spiritual need on that area. Now I'm proposing that maybe the chair, we should have something like that. And also that I don't know how we are going to do it, Chair, but to try and include or engage the provincial chaplains in the PC structures, in the PCT structures, so that they not only being called when they are needed and they don't know their whereabouts and the runnings of the province or of the region. And lastly, Chair, I want to check the relationship between the NCT and the PCT, where the PCT will not be engaging or informing the NCT members of anything that is happening in the region. And unfortunately, you have been asked by the lower structures, and you cannot answer because the PCT is having everything on themselves. The letters, you even hear things from the district being an NCT member. I want to check the relationship that as much as the PCT chair and secretary are the ex officio of the NCT, can't then the NCT members also be the ex officio members of the PCT? That's my proposal, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all leadership, including the President, to the national leaders, all protocol observe. Mine, comrades, I think I'm going to be very short. My name is Mzwetemba Sofika from the Western Cape in the Metro, coming from Ward 114. I think it's a comment. Firstly, in the Western Cape, I think we have been submitted the structures. I'm just wanted to ask the submissions of the regions, so that as we are working on the ground, in terms of other comrades has been mentioned, other leaders have been mentioned to work smoothly, going forward, building the organization. In terms of submissions of our forms, I'm just asking or requesting the announcement of the regions. Lastly, I think in terms of immigrants, President has been mentioned, he has been made it clear for me to say, as Africa Maibuye, we are not supporting the immigrants are not registered in this country. I think this is coming from our societies or communities, from the consultation process of our people, what they are saying about the immigrants are not registered. Even if you can just look at or hear from the TVs everywhere in the social media, those people from outside, what they are doing in our country, killings, fraudery, I think this is not something is nice for our people. Thank you very much.
Ndori bua chairperson, zena langa ndifichiri zimaraga, ndiva wa 22 Makado, ndine mungwaleli wa lihoro la Afrika Maibuye ka province kana ka vondo la Limpopo. Chair, I have two inputs. One is under page 109, where our manifesto outlined more about the members in the branch. Chair, we recruited many people before we got a membership form. So we want to know, because in some other branches, you find that we have reached 200. But we don't know whether those members whom we recruited during the time of consultation, the time when we were capturing, they were automatically converted to be members. If not so, we would like to know whether we go back and let them to refill the membership form. Secondly, Chair, is under page 107 and 106, where our manifesto outlines more about the social assistance. The part that I like here is the legal aid clinics. Chair, my proposal is that it will be better if within the medics or social assistants, we emphasize that we have legal representative. Why I'm saying this, Chair, last night we got a call to say they need us in Mahuba, Mampoko Community Trust, where there's invasion. So we will go there, Chair, and try to address them on Sunday. But we want to know, Ori, do we have legal representative where we find that we can assist them while chanting? Thanks.
Evening, leaders. Ikamalam Wisile Wagakamanga, all the way from Pumalanga, Nkangala region, Emalahleni sub-region. I'm standing regarding page 64 and 65 regarding the undocumented immigrants. Are we saying, as in Maibuye, we do not allow undocumented immigrants to come, not to come to our country, but allowing the documented immigrants with no skills to come to our country? I'm in the coal hauling industry, which is the biggest environment in Mpumalanga. So you find that we have employees or drivers who are from Swaziland, and we know that Swaziland does not give permits to skills that we can get in South Africa. So I just want maybe if we can add that on the immigration to say we do allow documented immigrants, but they should come to South Africa with a skill or a business.
Greetings, President and the NCT and Chairperson. I am Balini Tembeka from Tshwane region, inner city sub-region, and Ward 81. Yes, I apologize, I accept my apology, Comrade Chairperson, for the page. But for me, I want to make a proposal in the issue of the recruitment. My proposal is that I wish here in Maibuye we can develop the programs of the informal settlement for the shack dwellers. Because I'm saying this, I saw this last week when we, as the women, we took our program. We were there. It was a program of donating the clothing and other groceries, some groceries, to the shack dwellers of the Good Hope in Germiston. Because their shacks, some, they were destroyed by the fire. I saw the suffering that is there, especially the women that are suffering there. And we know that all these, most of the women are coming from the rural areas to seek for unemployment here, as we know that most of the women are the ones who are raising the children alone. They are the ones who are responsible for the many things. They are the single parents. They came here and they have got no houses. That is why they end up living in the shacks. And as we know that even after 1994, they are still staying in those shacks, and we don't know why. So I wish we can have all the provinces, we can develop the programs of action to go there, and we can able to empower them. Because most of these women, because they are women, most of them who are staying there, and the women are the most who are the voters. They are the most who are vulnerable. I wish that in our programs, as the provinces here in Maibuye, we can put an emphasis. We must not forget them. Thank you.
Revolutionary greetings. My name is Nomasumi Limako. I'm from Eguruleni region here in Gauteng. I'm from Far Eastern sub-region, Ward 98. I've got two submissions to make. One submission is on page 29, on the point of e-education. I think I will propose to Maibuye to look deeply on e-education, LSEN, that department that has a special needs education. It fails the people with disabilities dismally, especially the learners with disabilities. Our learners with disabilities went there, and they are telling them that they are acquiring some skills. But when finishing schools, there's no FET that accommodates them. The companies are not able to employ them, and they feel like, most of them, I've got numbers of them who feel like they lose hope. those young people, they lose hope and they turn up to be like roaming around the street. Some they tend to crime for the cost of living because no one wants to employ them with that certificate. And nobody is, they can't further their education. And they don't even fall on a disability grant. So that is the way they are. So we need to look upon them because I think they are, I call them the forgotten disability community. And also my other input is on page 105. As I was looking on the structures, I plea with all the people, with my buye, that we have to endorse that all the structures, they have to identify a person with disabilities amongst them and put them on the structure. That is the way of inclusion. That is the way of inclusion. So, and I would love to appreciate the women's sector. The women's sector has already done it. They've already included women with disabilities in their sectors. So I will plead with all the other sectors and even all the propensity, everybody to include women with, not women, people with disabilities on their structures. Thank you.
Dumelang. Lebitso la ka ke Ntebaleng Khumalo amdaweni ke tswa ko Ekurhuleni ko Far East Sub-region. Nekupa uyema with just one point on page 65. Apart from being a member in good standing, I'm also a community activist. So on this issue, yeah, the undocumented immigrants, baleng mo ko lefatsheng la rona, I'm finding myself having butata of the ones that are documented in our country. Because at the moment, we have an issue killing busy ka yona ko what 81. Hona le ngwana mshimani who went to matric, it's 2 years ago. I apply for his smart card ID. It's been almost 2 years now. So I've been following up on the case. The region knows about it ko Ekurhuleni. So the reason kitli sako a national level is because for the past 2 months, nense kili busy ko Springs Home Affairs. I'm going to be specific on Springs Home Affairs. The reason kitli samoko ntlung, since there's national office, corruption etsalang ko Springs Home Affairs. The documented foreigners are using the documents tsa bana ba rona who thola their identity. This boy has been struggling for the past 2 years. How khonu apply ko varsity, o qetile matric. How khonu thola msebetsi, uduti, and he's been suicidal for the past year 2 times. So ki ile ko bona ka August ka ilo kupa the manager ke botse go etsalang. He allowed me to his office. Ka presented the case. I was with the mother and the child. Ka presented case at teng go etsalang are he investigate. Mind you, the mother was busy with the case since 2 years back. Last year on the 11th of September, I got an email from Head Officer Home Affairs, but they're still investigating. Nakitlako August with the same case. Our manager utlo investigate ang romele ko supervisor thing. This was August this year. Supervisor ke mbona wa ratha tse bo ruetsang mo le ke re ma'am, let me give you 7 days, then I'll come back. Maybe you'll give me answers or utla wa sa tshotse card ya high. I gave it 3 weeks more. So last week, Monday, it's this week, Monday, ne? This week, Monday, I went there, meaning 7 days or high was 3 weeks back. You'll be surprised who she doesn't even know what's going on. She can't even explain the case or what's along. Or go head office, mom send it email, but they don't know what's going on. So issue, yeah, the documented immigrants in this country. What is it that we can do to check the documented ones? Who the identity they are using, because bana ba rona ba dutse ha ba tshole di pampiri tsa bona, ha ba tshole di ID, they can't even go to school, they can't work. Because yes, they're documented, but whose identity are they using? I submit. Thank you.
Ngiyanibingelela nonke ngokukhethekile upresident igama lami ngoAyanda ngokalembede from KZN Thekwini region eMlazi Ward 78. I don't have a page number. I just want to ask to you leadership. Siyacela xa deploy as NCT members because akusebenzeki. There are things esingakwazi ukuthi sizenze kuma provinces because singama NCT members nje kuphelela kanjalo. And ama elections awina kuma VDs not kwi title of NCT, so sifisa ukuyosebenza. Number 2, SG KZN sine problem, and by understanding yami uma ngibuza unobhala wethu kwi province uhlezi ethi wena osimisayo, sicela usunmute because akusebenzeki yonke into vele kuthiwa uSG usimisile. Siyacela SG usikhulule, sifuna ukusebenza. Ezinye izinto asinama answers azo, akusebenzeki nje KZN for sure. Nani ngenibone ema groupini, we don't have programs, we don't have meetings. Since sahlala sky sibe ne meeting physical kanje with the province, not even one day ngaphandle nkathi siplana i-consultation ese-Greyville. Since then asikaze sizihlale, so leyo nto iyasilimaza, iqeda umdlandla kuma-ground forces. Siyacela. Okwesithathu le ibheke kuwena president isinenkinga njengoba sikhona kwiMayibuye asisebenzi president, kuba nzima sometimes to travel to come to Johannesburg, and asinayo into direct engasisiza ukuthi okay uzocela kuba kufanele ulokhu uzama leyo nto ikwenza ukuthi wehle isithunzi fa uxoxele inkinga bonke abantu ukuthi anginayo imali ngicela ungisize ungibhukhela. How many times we come here? Please try and organize some transport for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Comrade Chair. My name is Nikumalo from Sidibeng region, Mfuleni, sub-region, Ward 25. Comrade Chair, thank you very much for the hard work put behind the scenes to put up this document. We thank you so much for that. Most political parties, they talk a lot for years on macroeconomic policy. My contribution is on page 40, the whole economic freedom and emancipation chapter. But lately has been said in South Africa about political analysis of microeconomic policy. That is the analysis, political analysis of performance of individual industries and business sectors, profiling them, the role players there, and how African people play there. And I am pleading with the House, if Maibuye is going to be different, let's change the language of ANC, EFF, and MK. Let's drill down to the performance of these business sectors, wherein, for instance, you will have a concept of franchising. We say we take nothing from a white man, but white men open up the business, and the government led by Maibuye will subsidize African people to participate in their very own businesses that they are running through franchising. Franchise offers entrepreneurs chances and opportunities to invest in existing business models. A white person will benefit as a franchisor if a black person extended that as a strategic short to medium term for black people to participate in the economy. Probably we say 20 years time, we stop franchising, then we do our black people participate in business. But the last one is this, Comrade President. There is a famous concept in China known among Chinese academics. It's called socialism in Chinese way. It was born after the premier of China, Deng Xiaoping, who invoked the old proverb of China that says, it does not matter the color of the cat, yellow or black, as long as it catches the mouse. That philosophy produced socialism in Chinese way. 4 coastal regions of China, as socialist as it is China, they are practicing free enterprise system. Actually, the economy of China rests on those 4 regions of China. Yet is a socialist state. I'm afraid, Comrade President, if we will come and repeat the pure rhetoric of socialism that does not talk to the question of how do you change the tax base from a white man into a broad African, because they are laughing at us. We talk a lot, but they are carrying the shoulder of tax of this country. So let's talk business language. Let's franchise. The last one, Comrade Chair. On page 140, beneficiation appears in the middle there. And I'm suggesting that let us measure on beneficiation when we talk on minings. And I suggest that all what comrades have said here, Comrade Chair, as I sit down, actually all the points are worth of a commission. When I listen to comrades, it's not just a one answer show. One day or towards November or in preparation of convention, these things that have been said here, they need to be taken into commissions that thoroughly exhaust these issues and research is behind them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the provincial. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Greetings to the provincial chair of Gauteng. My name is Comrade Martin Moloto. I'm from Tshwane. I'm the first deputy chair of Tshwane. I come from I hear comrade are keen to sing. A certain leader of a political party said to them, we also to know to sing, but let's leave it there. Now, as I'm greeting the national leadership, my submission is the following. We are going to have a lot of time at the national consultative meeting. Probably we are not going to sleep. If it was according to us, we'll request to have a 6 days national consultative meeting. So that we don't sleep, we then go into commissions, deposit. President, what is important is for you and me that when we wake up each and every day before we sleep, how many members of our community have you recruited? That's what is important, because the detractors outside there, they want Maibuye to fail. We can come here, President, and speak English as good as we can. But as you rise in the office of the National Secretary and the organizer, there's no membership that is going through. We are doomed. So each and every one of us, starting from the president, must make sure that his or her branch is functional. Each and every day, we must recruit, so that we are able to build this organization. Other matters, we'll find each other into the commissions, we'll show ourselves how brilliant we are or how informed we are, but what is important is the issue of a membership that is effective, that is strong, that is building the organization on the ground. Lastly, ma'am, we need to be able to respect protocol, procedure, and principles. I know that the regional chair knows what I'm speaking about. Thank you very much.
Greetings to the NEC. In line with page 86 and thank you, Chair. I already have waived an honor to the NEC. My name, I'm Kamele. I'm from Bloemfontein, in the land of Siwelele, where if people gather, the stadium will be full. In line with page 86, numbers 177, and page 87, 179, it speaks about the church and religious organization. My president and the NEC at large, there is a need for every one of us to be visible, acknowledging and being supportive, showing care, showing that we are part of the community. Number one, with funerals, because that is where we can shoot. I'm involved with forums, church councils, and we are aware that organizations, they've shifted far away from us. At this point in time, as we speak, we've got conferences. Churches are organizing crusades because this is a time when we work very hard. That is another place where we should not only be seen, but it's another greatest strategic place for recruitment. When I begin to think of sitting down, I should speak about ecumenism. Ecumenism is a way of forcing involvement of church leaders to activities of Maibuye. At the same time, the same ecumenism is a way of finding Maibuye to be seen in a community playing role, so that at the end of the day, being visible with our T-shirts, it should be seen that we are the community that cares and we honor whatever the gatherings that churches and religious organizations are doing. I pause.
Eric Leboge Sebaka, ki bitswa wa Khile Lebese, ki modulasetulo wa Freistata, ki tswa kwa Lejweluputswa district, Machabeng sub-region, Ward 32. Ki rata go dira tshwaelo e khutshwane mo tsebeng ya 122. Ke point e go godimo e simolla e buang ka leaders who are engaged in violence against women and children. Ke rata gore fa, because ke a bona gore ke nnete re kwadile ka manontlhotlho fa le go ya ka mokgwa re buang ka teng bo nneteng puo ya rona e tlhapile. Jaanong ke kopa fela gore re sa nna bonkgatla ke tlhaname fa go tla mo ntlheng ya ditiro tsa rona. Jalo presidente le boetapele ba bo bo go godimo bo bo bogareng, ne ke kopa gore fa re bua ka kganye ya GBV a re tiise letsogo, ene re sa tiisa letsogo fela mo puong ya rona, re sa tiisa letsogo fela mo dikwalong tsa rona, mme re tiise letsogo le mo ditirong tsa rona. Ene re dire jalo ka gore presidente fa re ka tlholega ke gore rona jaaka banna ba ba mo gare ga Maibuye re bontshe go tlhompha le go tlotla bomme ba ba eteletseng pele Maibuye le ba ile maloko a Maibuye le ba ba mo gare ga setšhaba, go ra gore re tlo go tlholega gore ntwa ye re tse re ise ko pele re kgone gore re sireletse setšhaba ka kakaretso. Ke ntlha ya ka eo, ke lebogile.
Dumela, ka lebitso ke JJCC, ke tswa Free State, Fezile Dabi District, Mhulu Sub-Region, Free State Provincial Spokesperson. My question is around immigration. Chair, when you look at page 65, number 127, it speaks about the resources, how undocumented foreigners burden the system. And then we continue to page 66, 129, it speaks about reliable statistics, about census, and the healthcare needs, and et cetera, et cetera. And it goes on to 130, where we speak about not being associated with people, and denying people health care. I understand that obviously the Constitution guarantees everybody health care. I understand that, clinics are not borders, they're healthcare facilities. That is clear, and the Constitution speaks the same language. However, our people on the ground are speaking a different language. It's obviously inhuman to turn away somebody that is pregnant at a healthcare facility. But reality is our system is burdened, overburdened. Right now, the people that are speaking the language of healthcare for all, etc., it's government, EFF, and everyone else. But the people on the ground are speaking a different language. So what is our solution as Maibuya right now, Manje, today? What are we saying? Are we saying, Batuhaba Tuswe, and they pay, and they get sent back home, deported? Because obviously the borders are a problem. They're not going to be fixed now. But what's our solution right now? I'm simply asking because we're going to find ourselves in a public platform where we are asked this question. How an illegal foreigner or undocumented foreigner, they need help. And there's a South African more as well. Who do you help? Who gets priority? Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, good evening, comrades who are part of this important meeting, our national core team and various provincial leaders who are here, and our guests. I'm Comrade Charles Makubela. I'm from Ward 27, Magalakona sub-region, Waterbeck, and also the Deputy Provincial Secretary of Maibuye in Limpopo. So I want to welcome this well-prepared document which have inputs from various stakeholders across South Africa. And I can say that, comrades, you have done a very wonderful work as the Maibuye National Consultation Team with various royalties and religious bodies that have participated in this document. On one of the key issues which I wanted to raise, I believe is on page 87, which speaks about potential and strategic alliances and allies. Because I believe as Maibuye, it's a very clear perspective in line with how we can basically align with some of the organizations, considering the background that is actually given, that in the past 31 years, South Africa, the inequality, it have actually deepened in various areas. So also noting some of the concerns that have been there, the retrenchment that is currently taking place in South Africa in various industries. What should then be our response as an organization in the poorly performing economy, which all of us who have actually noted, and the recent development and commissions that are taking place, exposing more of corruptions and several syndicates. So I believe that we need to basically maybe get also a clear view in relation to that, because it clearly demonstrates that the organization like Maibuye, that's where it have to then come in and play a very important role in relation to that. And it responds to question 100 on what needs to be done on this page, that what should be our primary purpose as an organization. I believe over some few weeks, we have received a communique which is in line with the preparation of our first national and historic national convention, which I believe maybe some of the documents which have been prepared here, we'll have to further scrutinize them and basically take a decision. But when you make an assessment in line with this, I believe as an organization, beyond consultation process as an organization, we need to put much effort in terms of establishing structures, because that was the goal, to say the appointment of the regional executive committee, the entire team, and also the sub-regions, that will have to lead us to the branches, which I believe that the basic unit of the organization, at least if we can be able to have such structures just before, maybe within a few weeks, we can be able to guide some of the work, because I believe we still need to also get more inputs from various stakeholders that have been identified. I think maybe the National Core Team, out of the maybe coming a few days or hours, we should be able to prioritize that program. And I'll also want to make maybe a special appeal to say, as per province, let's get maybe a clear time frames and a guidance in relation to what needs to be done as we then move forward, maybe to achieve some of the goals. We've seen clear targets in relation to membership, but one comrade here raised an issue in relation to the issue of quantity. We should realize that as we go towards the first election, we need a very strong organization. So we also need to be very patient with ourselves as we're still building the organization. Thanks.
Good evening, leaders. Thank you, Chair. My name is Sarah Lokhwati. I'm from Limpopo in Lepelle-Nkumbi sub-region and the region of Capricorn in Ward 3. What I wanted to raise, or just, I guess, input over no raise some more page 15. Courage to speak openly. Sometimes leadership, Chair, when we speak or when other comrades speak, it looks like we offend leadership. I will jwalo ka go thusha goba le di inputs. So re no gopela gore nkare ge re fihla di provinces tša rena le di regioneng re no ba le that kgotlelelano ya gore re no kgona go thušana. And then le mo citing la leaders who promote tribalisms and regionalisms, more page 121. Eo yona ke nyaka go elevantšha go president le deputy president. Ke gopela gore le itlhokomeleng ntho ya gore o ska hwetša e le gore nkare mokgatlo o kwa ga bolena fela. Nka go this organization yo e exista le ka ngwena ntsena la kungwanyane a ikona in terms of gore miteka ti resources ti ya kwale. Nga kumila ba gore ku shine le mi huma ka ko ntsena fanele ibonakala gore this organization I mo plekeng ka mkana ga tsone ikwa bupedi ikwa Zululand everywhere I gona di resources re gopela gore di gohle ka go lekalekana di ska ya ga bo president ba re president said so or deputy president o sendile dilo to a particular someone gore adishe somewhere or gagabo. Sorry, I gopela you please. That page 123 mola go leadership who tells lies and deceive comrades. Re gopela comrades tlogelang go tlhwa le ya di warding tša lena le bolela maaka ka baka la gore maaka lena one jwa a šetše a fihlile le go batho ba go di businessmen gore lena ge le šetše le tshwere masepala ba tlo humanang ba tlo direlwa eng. Thank you, Chair.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Impo Vilana. I don't know my word. I'm a guest. I'm from Gauteng, Midval. My input is on effective communication, page 115. It's an input, and as somebody who's in the media, I think it would be important for the movement to have a strategic understanding of how you deal with communication, especially with your internal communication. I love when you said you wanted to have a publication, because I can tell you when there is clear communication, you eliminate a lot of gossip, a lot of doubt. But I think there should be also a clear strategy on how you deal with the media, not only from national place, but also provincially. Probably training is also important. Media can be scary. It can build or destroy an organization. So I think upskilling in terms of how do you handle media, upskilling in terms of how do you communicate what Maibuye movement is an important thing to look at, a training program for your leadership in terms of how do they engage with the media. And also internally, how do you equip and empower the leadership to deal with the media? I think that's just really my contribution.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Vusmus Mabasa, the Deputy Secretary of Ekurhuleni Region. I'll speak on page 121 that speak about lazy leaders who do not do their work. Chairperson, since we were appointed as the interim leadership in Ekurhuleni, the first time and the last time I saw the regional chairperson was during the last media briefing here. That was the first and the last time I saw the chairperson of the region. I cannot even recall the last time I engaged or spoke with the deputy chairperson, the first deputy of the region. We are having a challenge whereby we're having leaders who have said they're available to work, but when it comes for work, they're always coming with work commitment, that they are committed with their work, forgetting that they've pleaded that they are available to serve the organization. My question to you leaders now is that, because the leadership is aware of these issues we are facing in Ekurhuleni, and then when the head is dirty, the body too will look like it is dirty. So how long will it take the leadership to address the issue of Ekurhuleni? Because we cannot go on without a chairperson. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks, Chair. My name is Ntsako Matonsi. I'm from Ekurhuleni, a PCT member. So I want to touch base on the issue of labor. And then I'll refer to page 59 and page 63. Thanks for this document. But the problem with this document, I want to talk about the issue of labor brokers. These documents, we don't see the position of the movement in terms of labor brokers. The issue of labor brokers in this country is the same issue of illegal immigrants. But most political parties that we see in this country, it seems like they are very comfortable with labor brokers. And labor brokers are sucking the workers' blood. So I will ask the leadership to address this issue. And then it has to be clear where we stand as a movement in terms of labor brokers. And then, with due respect of time, I also want to speak about in page 63, number V. it talks about to fight for and introduce skills-based and decolonize free education. So, as a movement, this one is an input. As Maibuye, because Maibuye is a movement, not an organization. As a movement, we said, traditional leaders, please come. Religious leaders, please come. So we also need to make an input and say to traditional leaders, can they be part of skills that are going to be introduced in schools? Because traditional leaders are the ones who are in charge of our people in villages and everywhere. So skills that are going to be introduced in schools, we also need to introduce traditional leaders in those schools. And then again, our country has lost Ubuntu in various sectors. So since Maibuya is talking about introducing skills in primary level up to secondary level. So religious leaders, we also need to put back that subject of religious. When I grew up, we had that subject, even though we will find it as a useless subject, but it's going to be useful in terms of Ubuntu to teach our kids and everyone else where religion starts. Religion, it doesn't mean a Bible. Every religion is very important in an African way. And then I will also touch base the last one. Our guest has also touched it in page 115. From our previous organization, we had a problem when it comes to effective communication. We have neglected our grandparents, whereby everything want to communicate through WhatsApp, and then we have left this thing of when we have meetings to give them letters for their grandchildren to read for them to say there is meetings. Can we please go back to the basics? We must not only focus on WhatsApp when we want to transfer messages from comrades. Because I had another comrade here, he said we must have an effective way to communicate with older people, because they are the majority when it comes to voting. Please, let's go back to the basic. We need those letters back. When we have meetings, we send them those letters to come in our meeting. Thanks.
Ngiyabingelela leadership, president and leadership yonke NCT, bingelele ama leaders ama regions akhona la phakathi kwethu. Gama lami nguNomsa kaMashobane Sibisi. I'm a pastor and I am the chairperson of the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Let me congratulate ourselves and our leadership in front for a well-constructed constitution. Our constitution, I see it as the best because it also gives us the how-to. It states the challenge and it gives us the how-to, what to do to address that particular challenge. I would like to draw our attention to page 121 to 123. Those challenges are created by the tendencies of the past, what we have learned from our old political homes. This constitution is going to assist to eradicate those our manifesto is going to assist us to eradicate those tendencies that we still have in our blood, because you'll find myself saying, but this is not done like this. Now we do have our restoration manifesto, which will guide us. And President, Lastly, I would like to make an input on the importance of political education. I think it's going to assist us a lot because Maibuye is a new movement. We've been there and there and there. All of us, we have come with a number of baggage that from where we're coming from. So the tendencies of lies, scheming, positioning ourselves, gossiping is going to be washed away if we engage on political education, starting from the grassroots, from branches. We have these meetings where we take page by page of our manifesto. I think that will assist us a lot. Thank you.
Good evening, leadership. My name is Bongile Machabe Msomi, Gauteng Province, PCT, from Johannesburg region, sub-region F, Ward 23. Because we are pressed for time, I would like to deposit 3 deposits. I'll be short. Firstly, we'd like to thank you, Leader President, for educating us with our history, South African history, not the lies we've been taught. Thank you. Please keep doing it so that we can also spread the word to our kids. I would like to touch on the appointment of leadership. It is understandable that we appoint leadership because we are a brand new organization, and the strategy we use to appoint leadership, it is understandable. But I would like to propose that when we go down to the ground, we don't use the same strategy. We have experience from where we come from in different places that the ground forces tend to push back when you give them leadership. My proposal is that as a ground force, I see my president is smiling. As a ground force, my president, if we can appoint leadership from the top and we stop in the, it's my humble proposal. We appoint leadership from the top and we stop at the regional level. From the regional level, we go down to the VDs. Let the VDs produce their leadership up to sub-regions so we meet in the middle. It's my humble proposal. The second submission is, as ground forces, my president, I think you will know where we come from. I won't say the name. We have social responsibilities that we do constantly. Here in Maibuye, we seem to be muted. I concur with Leader Lembete from KZN. We are supposed to respect the protocol, which we do. We are supposed to do the programs through the regional or sub-regional leadership who already have their own calendars. Now we cannot be fitted in. We're sitting at home. We like to help the community. It's our ways of recruiting by doing social responsibility. I, for one, cannot do my social responsibilities until I get slotted by the Johannesburg region, which is fully booked. And my proposal is that, can we be unmuted, be allowed to do the social responsibilities and report to the leadership? And also, my leader, the last one, please have a look at deployment and the rules and the regulation, the duties and responsibilities of deployees. There is no point in deploying to just to be sit there and do nothing. I submit.
Reperile, Nakens, President and your executive, greetings to you. My name, Bitramna Falaza. I know the secretary was calling me something. My name is Falaza. Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Falaza. I'm stationed in the Northwest Province, in the district of Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, sub-district of Matlosana, in Ward 17. So thank you very much, Chair. I think in the interest of time, I will first advance that in the coming convention, the issue that deals with the immigration, I think we need to apply our scientific, based knowledge, blend it with our lived experience. I don't think that we need to fall into the trap of being misunderstood or misconstructed to be those of the Dudulas. So on that, I think we need all of us to go and invest in order to deposit. Now, President, you spoke about the motive forces. I understood that in the context of our racially segregated society, I know that elsewhere we talk about the non-racial society. I think we need also to elaborate on that as to how far are we going to persuade our people across the colors. And also in your intro of this document, in the Tsonga, I think I would say that I think I could understand maybe the need to look at that. President, I think again the speakers who spoke about us to need to be innovation, to be different in terms of our recruitment. I think we need also to be innovative in that forms of political lectures where we are going to also instrumentalize this document to our membership as well as the potential voters to this organization. And lastly, I want to reiterate, Chair, the issue of those of us who are serving in the NCT vis-a-vis those at the level of the PCT. I heard my colleagues were also speaking about that. I wish that we need to clarify that so that we must not be viewed to be like those who are encroaching or trying to push ourselves, because honestly speaking, we get to understand what is happening when we are here. So I wish that that can also be clarified so that we can be free to participate without feeling to be encroaching. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dzina langa ndi Takalani Madzuvani, ndibva Waterberg region, Thabazimbi sub region, Ward 9, Miriti. President, ke utlwile le bolela ka hore solution e tang now. Ke batla ho itse hore ka situation ya Thabazimbi ya bana ba fiwang didraka ka maphodisa hore ba di rekise le solve byang. And then ke batla ho itse hape hore ka situation ya Thabazimbi ya bana ba rona ba sa tsebeng dipompo tsa metsi sa le ba belegwa a una metsi a una le pompo ya metsi under meriting le ta dira yang ka yona. Se sengwe hape ke batla ho itse hore le re now situation ya Thabazimbi ya disorage tse di tshologang ditratana yo dira yang. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yes, neki tsao ke bona nkare le re nako, thank you. Okay, neki nano re Thabazimbi re tshwentse re nne le borehole ko Meriting Ward 9. Then ke nana hape re tshwentse re nne le maphodisa le batho ba bata investigatang maphodisa ba ba re fang bana ba rona di drugs hore ba di rekise. Thank you.
tlo tšea sebaka se ka dumediša baetapele ba ka, my president and others. Ke Stefina Mabilu, the second deputy convener in Limpopo. Sa ntlha ke tlo lebogiša president, ra leboga because re tsene ko mokgatlong wa ANC re sa tsebe le manifesto. Re tsena mo dintlong tsa batho, re tsena door to door, re le agela dintlo tsa RDP, re sa tsebe gore manifesto ke Africa Maiboe ke mokgatlo mongwe o e leng gore o very different le mekgatlo e mengwe. So we thank you, our president. Re na le kitso ya gore ge re ya batho re tshwantse go dira eng. And Limpopo province under Mike and my coordinator, Comrade Maraka. Ko ga bo presidente kwa ga ba bereke ko teng go le nosi. All sub-regions, 5 sub-regions in Limpopo, go na le baetapele. Re beilwe yana re di deputy ba ra gore re itirele monate ko re berekang ko teng. Comrade Maraka le a bereka ka ko ntlheng ela, Sekhukhune le a bereka ka kwa ntlong ela, Waterberg ga e bereke ke ko ke tswang teng, Capricorn ga re bereke re duletse ditshele. Membership kae ba tseba mo re kopanang teng re le Limpopo. Maraka a batla di-numbers, rena re bolelang kudu re ntsha di-2 numbers. Ke kwele my president re start now, re ska re 2026. Ke starta gona ko Thabazimbi, my president, Ward 5 e mo ke tswang teng, Thabazimbi municipality. Wa itse ge re le ko Mkhondo kwa go file PR councillor ko Ward 5. Ya nong o ira operation take over. Ro tsea konke. So ke khopela gore a re nro bereka ma comrade. A re tlogeleng gore kae ba bereka. Di region tsotlhe go na le motho a representileng ka Sekgowa. Ge ke tswalla ke re membership a re ronna busy, re tlogele go lebella gore kae ba bereka kae ya ba bereka. A se kwa bo president ke leadership ya Limpopo. Thank you very much.
Greetings, leadership. Ke lebohe ke te for motete hla Kronstad Ward 10 Fezile Dabi mo Free State. Ke na topic tse 5 tse ke batla go bua ka tsona ka pele from page 45, page 67, 79 and 91. The first question ene ke batla go e botsa be ke le ka o ya gaba. We are talking about blackness, and then this blackness, the question is this blackness the blackness of Black consciousness movement, including the indigenous people, the coloreds, and the Indians, or those who were involved in striking? If that is the question, then in our membership, I don't see a reason why it's racial profiling. Because if it's not racial profiling, the question is, are we building a non-racial organization or a multiracial organization? If we are building a non-racial organization, it means that Hagatlamea or profiler or racial profiling. But if we are building a multiracial organization, it means there's no problem with racial profiling, more the membership in the role. And then the other issue, page 45, Maribuanka, Black Economic Solidarity. Also, when we are also talking about Black economic solidarity, who are these people? Are we also talking about the Indians? Like if we are more Jambo, Le Africa Kitchen Care, you'll find this site, but Waraka Mono, Boholo, the Indians are going there to buy them. But adjacent, Kapaganik Zoya shop, there is a shop only movement or our African brothers barrexes and shop. So that solidarity, Black economic, and then who prioritize the locals. The locals. Are we talking about the African people or blacks or the South Africans? If the South Africans, it means into the tax shop, we must also accommodate shop right le pick and pay. But I don't think that is the ideology, the thinking. The thinking is our people in the real sense. Okay. And then page 90, page 79, where Buaka ideology, the president will be social, scientific socialism. Now, if I work at social, scientific socialism, unanama will material sense. Now, if I work a material sense, it means only possibility of exclude others. But my understanding, if narenki the ideology, like Steve Biko to say, our people, they are spiritual in nature. They've got religions and they follow spirituality. And then if renka society materialism, then we have a problem because of that. Now, my understanding the dialectics, which is the system who analyze the politics, it is original from Hegel, which was Steve Biko Balavenka. But no, this is the ideology because of the positionary Pumananga Rayona Babatu. Yaukatela, more page 91. Manifesto Buaga Morocco. Morocco is the friend of my boy, or my boy is the friend of Morocco. But I also want to extend it. What about also the Cameroon and DRC? But page 94, of Mana also we are saying we are the friends of Western Sahara. But I want to extend it. What about the Amazonia and M23? Are we the friends of the government of Morocco, or are we the friends of the people of Morocco?
Greetings, President. Greetings, National Chair, National Leadership, and all the provincial structures present here today. My name is Daniel Tatu. I am from Francis Bart in Pokwane, Ward 10. I am the provincial spokesperson of the Northern Cape. I would like to first acknowledge how the President eloquently took us through the Restoration Manifesto. That being said, I would like to congratulate the Africa Maibuye movement in registering as a political party, and congratulations to all the national leadership. My first submission would be on page 65 to 69 on immigration, and I would like to draw reference to the Constitution on page 20 that deals with Section C on membership. Comrade Chair, my question is that in the Constitution it states that the membership is open to all South Africans, and all people who have African ancestry. Does this now mean that in depth that the party could perhaps register structures or establish structures in African countries, other African countries in the second region in the near future, such as in Zimbabwe, your Swaziland, as well as your Namibia perhaps? On number two, will there be a submission from the African Maibuye movement to the demarcation board to address the wrong drawings of the ward boundaries, considering the territories of traditional leaders and jurisdiction, like the president was saying? Also, that it means that the villages will get to be recognized for the purposes of service delivery. These boundaries, you must remember, comrades, they were drawn by the ruling party for the process which is called gerrymandering, meaning challenging this will address the concerns raised by the president with an example of Limpopo. I thank you.
I am now going to request, without wasting time, Comrade Sindani, followed by the Secretary General. Yes, come to the podium. And then lastly, the President will close the session of the Restorative Manifesto of Africa Maibuye movement.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to the President and all the officials. Amanda, so we're going to respond quickly to two things. The issue of T-shirts. Number one, all of us who are here, we're going to get one T-shirt each. Let's see how many people are going to recruit who can the T-shirt and bring numbers. But number two, there's no province that is not going to live here with some T-shirts for your volunteers and their structures so that we are able to recruit. Lastly, there on the Restoration Manifesto, there's a portion, that section that speaks about greed. Please be careful. Don't rush. Stop chasing things that are voluntarily going to come to you. You're going to end up doing mistakes. Some of you already, you are starting to take wrong directions because you want quick. Don't do that. Work with honesty. Hard work always pays off. You are going to make mistakes and promise things that you can't deliver and put our organization into disrepute. What? Simply asking you nicely. We're not accusing anyone. We're saying let's behave ourselves, let's focus on the mission, and we're going to deliver this organization. Thank you very much.
Africa, Maibuye, thank you, Comrade Chair. My one is few. There is a contribution or suggestions on the recruitment of the elderly and rural areas. Comrade, Operation Zonke Bonke, Operation Maibuye Africa, Operation Stata Wonkumuntu. So I'm expecting the provinces to give us a plan of action. How are they going to recruit in those sectors? Religious sectors, unionists or unions, students, youth, elderly, and everyone. So you as a province, you must give us a plan of action. Our job was done to do the consultation process. We have paved exceptional roadmap for you. So Nina Isensale Nomsenzo Mkul, give us a plan of action. Then on the membership, when we take the membership, there is a digital one, online, the hard copy. Then you as a provinces as well, you must sit down, comrade, and say, what are we going to do to make sure that all these members are captured? All we want as nationally is to make sure that each and every member that you take on the ground is accounted for. So you must organize yourself, go out there, recruit, come back, sit and capture. Or in these days, 4IR, Fourth Industrial Revolution. So we all have cell phones. We all have gadgets. All you can do as a province is to sit down and say, what is it that you are going to do when you're out there? You can even organize 10 students when you are going to the mall or recruitment anyway. Have their own gadget. As soon as they take a membership, capture them on a system. And then, membership must be paid. Because that money is going to assist us, Comrade Ayanda, so that we're not going to have a problem to come to Pretoria. Because when you have a membership that is not paid, which means that membership, you can't audit, you can't say this is a member. So have a plan, Comrade, how are you going to do it? It's up to you as leadership. Then structures, the regional structures, Comrade. We are faced with a problem where when we looked at the people that you have submitted to us, you did not follow the principles that you have outlined before. Uma consultation, we said finally be gender balance, generational mix, geographical spread, sectoral representation. You did not do that. Then we had to sit down. There is a committee that President has established called a clearinghouse to look into all structures. As we speak here, I think the clearinghouse is sitting in a boardroom. They're calling one by one to say, these are your people that we have put. You can't have a convener and you have a coordinator. Both of them are female or both of them are males. And both of them, they're coming from same ward, like the president said here in his address. Now we had to look at on those matters to say, we can't have structures that does not represent the region yonke. It's only representing Indlia Sekaya or Abafana Bebola or some sort of thing. We can't have that structures. We are the national organization. We want to contest local government elections, so we must have structures that represent a region if there's a region, a province for the province. Sub-region must represent a sub-region. So that's why now we have that problem. Then, unfortunately, on our constitution, maybe there's something called institutional branch. So there's a person that says, Tina esisasebenza kahulumeni noma esisasebenza kephi. How do we recruit those people? In your workplace, have a branch. When you are in correctional services, have a branch of amalokuzana abasebenzi bakho. Mawuthisha esikolweni, have a branch esikolweni. Esontweni abafundisi, have a branch emasontweni. Everywhere where you work, you must have a branch. Even the community, call them. Nibe na nixoxele nidlele ibra doesn't ngan recruiter nonke nimayibuye nanga ama forms, but khokana umahlaba uthe ufuna 20 rand. Then the PCT and NCT, the relationship between the PCT and NCT. Comrade, we are all Maibuye members. We don't have to distinguish and say when you're PCT, when you're NCT, when you're what. The NCT members are the national core team, which means they are representing you on the national level, right? Then the PCT are on a provincial level. But when the PCT in our meetings, invite the NCTs to come and contribute in those meetings. Even if you are putting structures in regions and sub-regions, call them and contribute because they're coming from the wards, they're coming from the sub-regions, they're coming from the regions. So do not isolate them and say, when Anina, you go there and talk to Mahlawa Pera, you can't talk to us. There's no such thing. There's no breach ever corner, Lapa, because at the end of the day, when things goes wrong with province, the people that will ask ama NCTs, hey, nama NCTs nihlala kuma national officials, kuma national core teams meeting, kwenzakala ne branching, ku province. What is it that you are doing? So, comrade, invite them, let them participate. Ababe nama programs wabo na baba wenzayo ukucontributa kulokhuzana kwi province. Ayanda ukukhuluma okunye ke ngeke ngikuphendule angivimbi umuntu mina ngigade emzila womuntu bayokutshela obaba uphahla nobaba amashobane njoba ngishilo ukuthi inkinga wonke ama provinces is not only KwaZulu Natal kunama province ekade siwabheka ngana ama province asa approve ama regions iLimpopo neGoli kuphela eGauteng so ibona ba approvile because basheshe bayibamba lento bayigijima nayo nani bambeni ke ayanda iyalapha kuma meetings inoyibamba lento umahlaba uzoyidedela ngeke ayidedele ingakalungi so nalenye ke ngicabanga sizoxoxa neprovince lenye yasekuruleni ngizoxoxa noMusa uchairperson beno Sosco I'm aware of it sathi kuyithinta kancane I think sizoyikhuluma remember comrade most of the structures were appointed during the consultation processes. Then the message was we are going to convert the structures, right? When we convert the structures, we need to assess them as well. So that process is still ongoing because conversion, when we go to conversion, you must have structures that are converted and consulted, are assessed correctly. So as is because we are assessing. So once the assessment is done, then so we assessing dedelage. Ngicela okuningi comrade kuzokhulunywa umphathi wethu attach base mina bengizokhuluma lokuqondana neoffice lami chairperson ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much, Comrade SG. I'm now going to allow the president of Africa Maibuya Movement, Comrade Nyiko, to come and close the session of Africa Maibuye Restoration Manifesto.
Maibuye Amandla away two. No, thank you very much, comrades. I think there have been a lot of interventions. Were said in the beginning of the presentation of this document that we permissibly are still at the stage and the space of enriching this perspective, all of us. So this, until the convention, will always be a living document, like it articulates the positions, and all of us must always get an opportunity to enrich it and make sure that the final product perfectly articulates the principles, the values, and aspirations of all the people of South Africa. So, and once the National Convention has adopted it, it must not be changed again. It must be the perspective that should drive all of us towards total freedom and emancipation now. That is the approach that we should take. I've got a serious problem, and I think we'll say this several times, that
if you are leadership, you can't ask questions. Like you must, before you even ask a question, you must have developed the answer in your mind. Because the national core team can't be a space for transmission of complaints, and by the time the community or even yourself develop and identify a problem, start to think of a solution. And when you stand up to speak, you say that, comrades, there's an issue which if we were to do the following, we're going to achieve better results and better impact in the areas that we come from. I can tell you now that you will not be able to inspire confidence in society if when members of the community lodge complaints and then you repeat after them and say, no, actually it's worse than that. As a leader, you must be distinguished from the masses by coming with coherent solutions, even in terms of service delivery issues, in terms of politics, in terms of ideology as well. As to how to articulate these questions and that and that and that. Not to say, what is this, what is that, what is that. That is, we can permissibly accept that elsewhere, but not from leadership point of view. Once you enter into leadership role, you must know that before you write down the list of questions, you must also write the answers next to that. That is how we should deal with it. And that is how leadership should be in terms of, and of course, comrades, we're going to intensify political education. But I will suggest to the political education department that the type of political education which we should pursue as Africa Maibuya movement should not be minimalistically about the ideological questions and phrases and history. Must be about the practical issues that we have to deal with now. So, at local level, the leaders of Africa Maibuya must have a full understanding of their own municipalities and what is the economic potential of their own municipalities. At district level, regional leaders must have full knowledge of where they are leading. At provincial level, they must have full knowledge of where they are leading. I've experienced in the leadership responsibilities I've played in the past, leaders who were clueless about the areas where they are leading, including those who were deployed in the state as public representatives. You know, like, not fiction, so we're trying to select some people to check if they can be government in one municipality. And then we ask that comrade that, which portfolio committee do you sit in? And then he says, I sit in the committee on public safety. And then we say, how many people do you think are employed by that department in a municipality? No, the answer was like, I'm not sure. Then we said, no, just guess. And then they said, maybe 500,000. And it's a council. And this is not fiction, by the way. This is not fiction. Like real. And that is a reflection of the space that we're working in that time, where majority were absolutely clueless. At some stage, we even developed a test to ask people about the areas where they come from. The answers that we'll receive were shocking. So the type of political education that we should conduct amongst ourselves must also make leaders aware of where they come from and what are the conditions of the people, what are the challenges, and what is the economic potential of the areas where they come from, and what are the possible solutions. So you must know in Lejwele Pujawahi, which conditional grants has the municipality gained access to, and which ones it can still gain access to, and how do we apply for those grants as Africa Maibuye movement? Because an absolute majority of municipalities in rural areas, they work on the basis that they have got no access, none whatsoever, to conditional grants because they are unaware. When I was a member of parliament, I was very shocked some other time where I come from, where the leader of the village where we're attending a funeral at says, Mr. Shibambu, we want a road here in our village. And that time I'm an opposition member, I'm like, and then the mayor comes to say, no, yes, we want a road, Mr. Shibambu, road from me. Where do I get the road? Because I'm in the opposition benches. Then I was like, maybe let not be judgmental. And I asked that comrade of the mayor that, how many conditional grants do you have access to in the municipality? He says that, I will check. I don't think we have gained access to any. And it's true. So you have got our communities destroyed and not gaining access to any form of resources because of lack of knowledge. Our people are dying for lack of knowledge, are living in full poverty because they don't know what should happen. And you will think that crisis is only applicable to the rural municipalities, even in some of the cities. You know, you find in metros, whose primary purpose, even in terms of the constitution, is to deal with water reticulation and wastewater treatment processes. Go and ask a municipal manager in a metro of how many wastewater treatment plants do they have. They will not know. They will not have an appreciation of what is the process of wastewater treatment, even in coastal cities, which are supposed to make sure that there is no raw sewage that is deposited into the ocean. So our type of political education should have to be fully comprehensive. We must build cadres. We must build organizers, mobilizers. We must build commissars that have got full and holistic appreciation, not only of ideology, but even of practice as to what do we do differently with government. That is what we should do. So we must have a political school on water. One day of what is the state of water in South Africa. And go through the state of water report. We must have a political school on electricity. What is electricity and how the municipalities get involved in own generation of electricity and distribution. We must have a political school on infrastructure, on what are the methods that we must be in pursuit of to develop infrastructure in the areas that we come from. But also we must have content in terms of political education that will empower our members as well. This crisis that we are identifying in terms of the education space, we must begin to solve it ourselves. Let's teach our people to do something meaningful. Let's teach our people how to plant cash crops. Let's teach our people how to handle basic things that can generate some degree of livelihoods in the immediate, not in the future. Let's deal with this question that we're talking about. Because some of the skills do not need the whole year to train a person. Some few weeks you can be able to plug in there and there so that people have got something to get to benefit from. But otherwise, comrades, I think the issues that have been raised, like those who have asked questions, please answer them. And then you will come and make input. I appreciate the inputs on early childhood development. We're going to expand. I know there's a diagnosis about it, There's no policy articulation around ECD. It must be dealt with. And I think as part of the program, we have the presentation of the organizational report, which will give account of the work that was done by all provinces and regions since the last meeting of the NCT. That time, it was a national consultation team. Now it's a national core team. And the expectation is that provinces must, there's no one who has muted any province or any structure or any program. There's no one who has permissibly stopped the work of the organization anyway. The mandate that we gave is that all the provincial core teams must work fully, like a fully fledged organization, meet consistently, implement programs, establish structures. And that is what we expect from all the provinces. We're going to get a report tomorrow as to what have been the activities of all the structures at provincial level, at regional levels where there are regional structures. Also of the fraternal organizations, the women, the youth. We are in the process of establishing the students as well. We made an assessment of the women's structure, and in terms of the reports that we received ourselves, we were not convinced that there is anything that is going to come out of the leadership structure that was leading the women in Maibui. And then requested Comrade Nontlantla that please only be available as a deputy president of the women's movement, because we don't see what you have been doing. We have not received any report that is comprehensive. We do not know who is your deputy. We do not know who is the Secretary General. We do not know your committee. You have never told us. And then we identified Dr. Nozi to lead and said to Comrade Nontlantla that please remain as a deputy president so that there is a seamless continuation and there is organizational memory of how we must move forward. And she declined the nomination as a deputy president. And then we accepted a declining. And that is what we are going to do with provinces. That you are going to function as a fully functional provincial structure. When we get to the convention, we'll present a report that this province has not met even once, has not done a program not even once, has not established structures, not even one structure. What do we do with that structure? As part of the agenda of this NCT, what I understand to be the cause is that each and every one of us here, NCT members, PCTs, RCTs, will live here with a clear mandate of which wards we are responsible for. The first task that we will expect from each and every one of you is to give us 2 people per ward, just 2. Ward convener and ward coordinator, just 2 in 2 weeks. And then after 2 weeks, we will then talk what do we want after that. We just want 2 people per ward now. 2 in 2 weeks. We will give the t-shirts for those 2 people per ward. And then if you bring more, it's even better. We'll give more t-shirts for those. But now we're looking for 2 people per ward in all the 4,468 wards of South Africa. And there is no one who is going to hide behind a leadership collective. That no, the province did not do this and that and that. Is going to be wards that are assigned to you directly. That this in Komazi Ward 1 to Ward 15 is yours. And no one else. And that is the manner in which we are going to take reports. And We're going to meet very consistently to take those reports on how do we report practically on the wards which we're deployed to. If it's only stories that we're going to receive, we're going to ask the National Convention on what is to be done, and the convention will guide us. Will guide us as to, there is no one who's going to hide behind any structure. And there's no one who's going to tell us about resource questions, and because majority of the deployments will be made to areas where people come from. So there's no issue of resources, that I didn't have resources to go to the other, no. We're starting at home. We're starting at home, all of us. And then we will monitor it time by time, bi-weekly targets. And by the time we get to the convention, there will not be a ward which has got less than 100 members here in South Africa. We have already picked up from the interest that is being expressed by people who are sending in boxes via social media, people who are applying online. There is not a single ward, there is not a single VD that doesn't have people who want to be part of Mhulu in South Africa today. So all of us now, our role is to go and organize them properly into formidable structures of the organization in terms of how we should move forward. So comrades, let us engage further. We had said that this session must be an open session. The next sessions, I'm sure, are going to be dealing with the Constitution and then the organizational report. And all the issues that we raise in terms of the organization will be responded to there. And then we'll be able to give a clear way forward as to what is to be done in each and every region, in each and every structure, in each and every province, so that we live here with utmost understanding and clarity of what is expected out of the work of the organization. Otherwise, thank you very much for the useful inputs and reflections that were received. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
Amandla Maibuye Africa. Comrades, we are going to adjourn briefly for a meal. We're going to adjourn briefly for a meal, and then we're coming back at 15 minutes past 8 to take the Constitution. 15 minutes past 8. Let us make sure that we are punctual, comrades, so that we keep time. Thank you.